Chapter 351. Ning Fan stood in the empty courtyard. After the double seventh festival, it was already the beginning of autumn. The leaves in the courtyard fell to the ground but no one cleaned them. As the sky darkened, Ning Fan looked up at the sky and saw the red sunset. He vaguely understood something, but the more he understood it, the more confused he became. He seemed to remember the advice of the old devil to stay in the sun more so that he would not suffer from chi deviation. He seemed to remember Jiha's childish face standing in the snow. He recalled the scenes of the Sea of Blood. At the end of the Sea of Blood stood a 10,000 zhang tall giant who could not be reached. With just one step, he could destroy a city in 7 Apricot City. He seemed to see Moksha Emperor's hideous smile, and countless sarcastic voices resounded in all directions. Kill! 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 Ning Fan's mind became more and more chaotic. This was chi deviation. He had once experienced chi deviation because of the fire of lust, and Jiha was able to save him. This time, it was the fire of killing. He would only be appeased by killing. However, if he kills, he would fall deeper and deeper, and one day, he would completely lose his mind. Qiuling brought me to Gusu to prevent me from being devoured by her killing intent. If I succumb to her killing intent, wouldn't I be letting her down? I, Ning Fan, kill not because I crave blood but because of my obsession. I am a devil, but I am different from the other devils. Whoosh! Gusts of strong wind rose in the courtyard, sweeping up the fallen leaves on the ground. No matter how much killing intent surged in his heart, he did not want to kill anyone in Gusu. He was not willing to succumb to the killing intent. After a long time, the sky gradually turned dark. Ning Fan opened his eyes, which were filled with clarity. After forcefully suppressing his killing intent, his state of mind improved a little again. At the same time, a knocking sound came from outside the courtyard. Along with the knocking sound, a gentle and soft voice was heard. Is young Master Zhou asleep? My little Shirtu took young Master's belongings. I'm here to return it to young Master. Creak! Ning Fan flicked his sleeves and opened the door. A beautiful lady in a hemp dress was standing outside the door. She was about 28 or 29 years old. She wore a hemp dress and her black hair was wrapped with a white cloth. Her appearance was dignified and virtuous, but her expression was sad, as if someone in her family had just died. She carried a basket of eggs in one hand and a fine sword wrapped in silk in the other. Seeing that Ning Fan was still standing in the courtyard and the door of the house had opened by itself, the beautiful lady could not help but recall the rumor that this house was haunted. She felt a little scared. However, when she remembered that her child had taken something from someone else, the beautiful woman gathered her courage and stepped into the courtyard. You are? Ning Fan asked in surprise. I am Bai Su, little Shidu's mother. I heard from little Shirtu that this sword was lent to him by young Master for him to admire. However, this sword is too precious and is a rare divine weapon. Little Shirtu is still young. Once he loses this weapon, even if he loses it, I will definitely not be able to repay him. Thus, I have come to return this sword. Bai Su tried her best to look calm, but she could not hide the fear in her eyes. Her beautiful eyes swept across the house and noticed that the surroundings were dark and there were no lights. The courtyard was filled with cold wind, and the Ning Fan in front of her was excessively young and handsome. She thought to herself, this young Master Zhou who bought this haunted house, could he be a demon or a ghost? That's right, such a good sword could only be possessed by demons and ghosts in the legends. How could a mortal swordsman have such a good sword? Bai Su's husband had just passed away from illness for half a year. She had yet to remove her mourning clothes and live alone with little Shirtu. She thought that she was quite beautiful. If Ning Fan was really a demon, wouldn't it be very inappropriate for her to enter this haunted house at this moment? If she falls into the hands of this demon, she would certainly lose her chastity. Ning Fan naturally did not know that he was already suspected to be a demon or a ghost in Bai Su's eyes. Ning Fan also did not know that this beautiful woman who was wearing mourning clothes was worried that her chastity would be taken away by him. "Oh, you are little Shida's mother. Are you here to return the sword? That sword is just something useless to me. It's fine even if I give it to little Shirtu. There's no need to return it." Ning Fan shook his head. However, after Bai Su heard his words, she immediately put on a serious expression and forgot about her fear. "Young Master Zhou, you're wrong. Young Master must be a swordsman since you have such a good sword. As a swordsman, how can you treat a sword as if it's nothing? How can you simply give it to someone else? Even though my husband passed away early and he wasn't a swordsman, he was once the most famous blacksmith in Gusu City. I've seen many famous swordsmen. My husband had once said that a swordsman should be obsessed with the sword. He should have an imposing manner. As long as the sword exists, he will exist. If the sword dies, he will die." Bai Su's words were like a shower of raindrops that sprinkled on Ning Fan's heart. Originally, Ning Fan could not comprehend the sword intent from the sharp sword. He felt that something was missing. Now, after listening to Bai Su's words, he seemed to have an epiphany. "That's right. The reason why I haven't condensed the sword intent is because I lack the obsession towards the sword. A swordsman should be obsessed with the sword." Ning Fan did not agree with Bai Su's words. However, he nodded his head and agreed with the words "obsessed with the sword." There's no mistake. What little Shirtu had was an obsession towards the sword. Only when one could reach the extreme of emotion could he reach the extreme of the sword. Only when one could reach the extreme of the sword could he reach the extreme of the intent. Gradually, Ning Fan's body gave off a trace of aggressive and sharp sword chi. This sword chi made by Su, who was experienced and knowledgeable, immediately opened her red lips in disbelief. What a strong sword chi. I've been in Gusu City for 29 years but I've never seen such a terrifying sword chi. Originally, Bai Su only thought that Ning Fan was a clumsy swordsman who did not care about the sword. But now, how could Bai Su not know that Ning Fan was a profound expert? Return of the sword. Ning Fan looked at Bai Su's bosom and made a suction force across the air. A strong suction force pulled the silk sword from the beautiful woman's bosom into his hand. Telekinesis. This is obviously a technique that only a swordsman with an extremely high level of internal strength can use. Bai Su's beautiful eyes were filled with astonishment. However, this astonishment soon turned into a trace of shyness. The suction force was so strong that it not only took away the sword but also brushed past her chest. It was as if a pair of invisible hands had rubbed her breasts. Of course, it was an accident. Ning Fan did not notice it and it was impossible for Bai Su to expose such a shameful thing. Her beautiful eyes stared at Ning Fan's expression, which was focused on the sword. Bai Su believed that a swordsman like him would not do something as despicable as touching her breasts. That was just an accident. I'm afraid this young Master Zhou is a peerless swordsman. If my husband is still alive and could see young Master Zhou's treasured sword, he would definitely smile in the underworld to know that there is such a swordsman in the world. My husband's lifelong wish is for little Shirtu to become a peerless swordsman. If little Shirtu learns from him, the beautiful woman looked at Ning Fan and then looked at herself. She sighed softly. Ning Fan was wearing white clothes which she had never seen before. He must be someone who was either rich or noble. As for her, after her husband's death, her family's wealth had declined. How could she have the spare money to let her son learn from a famous master? In Bai Su's eyes, Ning Fan was definitely the best swordsman in Gusu City. Little Shirtu could not afford to have such a master. After a long time, Ning Fan dispersed his aura force and pulled the silk cloth away. He once again looked at the sharp sword which was shining with green light. His eyes were different now. When his mind was focused on the sword, it was as if he could hear the sound of the sword breathing. This is the extreme of the sword. What's left is to go from the extreme of the sword to the extreme of the intent to condense the sword intent. Speaking of which, it was all thanks to Bai Su's reminder that he could successfully comprehend this step. Ning Fan raised his eyes and asked in surprise. Madam hasn't left yet? It's already late. Madam is still a virgin. It's easy for people to gossip if she stays in my house, right? Yes. Yes, Bai Su felt embarrassed and annoyed. Of course, she knew that it was inappropriate to enter Ning Fan's house in the middle of the night. However, she did not think about the relationship between a man and a woman at all. She was only thinking about Ning Fan's profound swordsmanship and whether there was a possibility for little Shirtu to acknowledge Ning Fan as his master. Now that she was reminded by Ning Fan, she naturally reacted. She hesitated and hesitated. In the end, she could not bring herself to say it. She let out a faint sigh and was about to leave. When she was about to leave, she remembered that she had brought a basket of eggs with her. She came here to thank Ning Fan for giving little Shirtu the sword, didn't she? I know that young Master Zhou has a big business and doesn't care about these things. However, this basket of eggs is a token of my gratitude to young Master for lending me the sword. I heard that Madame Zhou is suffering from an illness. These eggs can be used to nourish Madame's body. Bai Su passed the egg to Ning Fan. Her behavior was appropriate and she bowed. Ning Fan received the eggs and his heart suddenly trembled. These eggs represented the friendship between neighbors in the mortal world. In the cultivation world, giving a gift to a stranger was a stupid thing to do. However, in the mortal world, it was just a basic etiquette to express goodwill. Thank you. Ning Fan sighed with emotion. He had not felt such kindness for a long time. PFFF. Young Master is really a wonderful person. It's just a basket of eggs. It's not enough to thank you. Bai Su pursed her lips into a charming smile. At this moment, Su Qiuling woke up. She pushed open the door of the house and asked softly. Big brother, it's already late. Why don't you light the lamp? Is there a guest here? Su Qiuling was 30% sickly and 70% beautiful. Standing in the night, she was like a fairy that had been banished from the mortal world. When Bai Su saw Su Qiuling's beauty, she was stunned and secretly mocked herself. Young Master Zhou has such a beautiful wife. Why would he touch an ugly woman like me? I'm really thinking too much. My name is Bai Su. Greetings, Madame Zhou. It's already late today. I'll pay you a visit another day. Bai Su bowed again and left after bidding farewell. Su Qiuling's eyes lit up. If this Bai Su was a few years younger, her beauty would not be inferior to mine by much. After returning the greeting, she watched Bai Su leave and then looked at Ning Fan who was holding the eggs in his hand. Su Qiuling burst into laughter. What are you laughing at? I'm laughing at you, great devil Lord Zhou, for carrying a basket of eggs. If the cultivators of the external endless sea see your appearance, I wonder how many of them would be so shocked that their eyeballs would fall off. In Gusu City, the rumor that a young master with the surname Zhou bought a haunted house was gradually forgotten after some heated discussions. As for the people living near the haunted house, they gradually got to know Ning Fan. They knew that this family was a little strange. During the day, Ning Fan would sit in his courtyard with the door open and watch his sword wholeheartedly. In the evening, he would bring a peerless beauty along and go boating on the Su River in Gusu City. However, no one knew that Ning Fan also had a nightlife, which was to treat Su Qiuling's injuries with fragrant medicinal baths all night long. Many rumors said that Ning Fan was a swordsman, but no one had ever seen him use a sword. The children gradually stopped teasing Ning Fan. Only little Shirtu seemed to come every day. When Ning Fan looked at his sword, he would also look at his sword, as if he wanted to learn something secretly. Uncle Zhou, are you really not a swordsman? I'll tell you. I promise I won't tell my mother. Little Shirtu begged. No. Ning Fan told the truth. He was indeed not a swordsman. Every time, little Shirtu would reveal a disappointed expression. When night fell, Bai Su would definitely come and take away the pestering little Shirtu. Occasionally, she would prepare some food and wine for Ning Fan. Thus, the rumors about Ning Fan gradually turned into the reputation of being a playboy and lecherous. During the day, he would seduce the widow of a blacksmith's family, and at night, he would go boating with a beauty. All of these rumors fell on Ning Fan's head. To Ning Fan, reputation was nothing but a fleeting cloud. To Bai Su, once her reputation was tainted, it would be hard for her to clear it. Whether it was going to the Su River to wash clothes or going to the market to sell cloth, she would always be pointed at by others. No matter how Bai Su explained, no one would believe her. She had thought of never stepping into Ning Fan's house again. However, in order to let little Shirtu learn the sword, she gritted her teeth and endured the stain. So this is my mother. Ning Fan closed his eyes and said something that little Shirtu could not understand. 1 month later, Ning Fan seemed to have comprehended something from the sharp sword. He kept the sharp sword and took out a purple myrtle flexible sword. This sword was also a low-grade magic treasure. Compared to sharp swords, it was less sharp and firm, but it had more devious moves. Uncle Zhou, you don't want to look at the sharp sword anymore. How can I look at the flexible sword? It's so soft. Can it fight and kill people? Little Shirtu asked in confusion. Of course it can, Ning Fan casually shook the flexible sword. The rockery in the courtyard was shattered into pieces with a sword light. Little Shirtu was stunned. This was the first time he saw Ning Fan in action with his own eyes. A trace of sword chi could shatter a rockery that was as tall as 3 people. This had already reached the level of a divine skill. Uncle Zhou, why you lied to me? You are obviously a swordsman. Little Shirtu said excitedly. He was even more determined to learn the sword from Ning Fan. I didn't lie to you. I am indeed not a swordsman. You have a good aptitude. Perhaps one day, you will walk on my path and understand my words. Ning Fan shook his head and laughed. He did not use any magic power or mortal martial inner force in that sword strike. He just imagined the sword chi in his mind and it was formed. This was the embryonic form of sword intent. In the first month, Ning Fan only looked at the sharp sword. In the second month, Ning Fan only looked at the flexible sword. The Tao of the sharp sword was fierce and fierce. It was invincible. The Tao of the flexible sword was unpredictable. It was soft but hard to deal with. In the third month, Ning Fan took out hundreds of low-grade flying swords and blew them in front of little Shirtu. All of a sudden, those flying swords were ignited with black flames. In just a moment, they were refined into a heavy sword that was 3 chi long and as heavy as a boulder. Little Shirtu was stunned. He felt that Uncle Zhou might not be a swordsman but a legendary sword immortal. He became more and more obsessed with the sword. In the end, he stayed in Ning Fan's house all day long. Bai Su had to spend a lot of effort to bring this silly child away. The weather began to turn cold. In the 4th month, it snowed heavily in Gusu. Little Shidu's thatched cottage was crushed by the wind and snow. Under Su Qiuling's invitation, Bai Su brought her child to stay in Ning Fan's house. After Ning Fan robbed the 5 elders, the amount of silver in his house was like a mountain. Thus, there was no need for Bai Su to show her face and earn money. She felt apologetic for receiving Ning Fan's kindness. Thus, she took care of all the household affairs in the house. Su Qiuling no longer rested during the day. Her complexion became rosier and rosier. She accompanied Bai Su every day like a sister. In the 4th month, Ning Fan broke a peach tree in his courtyard and carved out a wooden sword. Little Shirtu was completely confused. The sharp sword was sharp, the flexible sword was treacherous and the heavy sword was heavy. What advantages did a wooden sword have? Could a wooden sword slash people? Could it kill enemies? If it could, wouldn't everyone have the courage to charge and break through the enemy lines with a wooden sword in hand? Outside the mansion, little Shirtu did not even look at the lively scene of the top scorer riding his horse and parading on the street. People laughed at him for being obsessed with the sword. He laughed at them for being vain and greedy. Their words were immature and old. So what if you're the top scorer? How can the imperial examinations and fame compare to the satisfaction of revenge and gratitude with a sword? In Gusu City, philanthropist Zhao was over 80 years old. He married a beautiful concubine who was only 13 years old. Many villagers went to watch. However, little Shirtu did not even look at the wedding procession. People laughed at him for being obsessed with the sword. He laughed at them for being obsessed with wine and women. Wine, women, avarice and anger are all fabricated. The sword in my hand is the real thing. Little Shirtu was still immortal. However, under Ning Fan's influence, his heart was almost filled by the sword. As long as he gained more experience in the future, he could become a peerless swordsman in the mortal world with a sword in his hand. It would be difficult for him to be defeated. In the immortal world, he could shatter the void and roll the waves. He had the aptitude. Holding the wooden sword in his hand, Ning Fan gradually moved forward. Even when he waved the wooden sword, it would stir up smoke and dust. It was a realm where no move was better than having a move. However, it was still not enough. In the 5th month, Ning Fan did not have a sword in his hand. An invisible aura condensed on Ning Fan's body. It was just the last step before it could be unleashed. Little Shitu's eyes were burning with passion. When he saw Ning Fan flicking his finger and the sword chi flew out, crushing a 30,000 gene boulder. At that moment, a kind of fanaticism rose in little Shitu's heart. He wanted to become a swordsman. Uncle Zhou, I want to become a swordsman. Can you be my master? Little Shirtu knelt in front of Ning Fan. However, Ning Fan just smiled and shook his head. Your aptitude in the Tao of sword might not be weaker than mine. If you become my disciple, it will definitely harm you. You just need to remember the process of me comprehending the sword for 5 months. With this understanding, you will challenge all the swordsmen in the world with just one sword. Finally, one day, you will find your own Tao of sword. You are still too young now. You only have the sword in your eyes but not life. This is not enough. Gusu is a good place. Get along well with your mother and be filial to her. These are 2 pills. If you and your mother consume one each, your lifespan will be extended by 100 years. This book is a cultivation method for the Tao of sword that will guide you on the path of cultivation. However, I have a request. If your sword technique is not invincible in the mortal world, you must not open this book. When the day comes when you cannot be defeated in the world, you can open this book and enter the cultivation world. It will be a whole new world with more challenges. I hope you will be satisfied. Ning Fan's gaze swept across Gusu. He had been detained here for 5 months. It was time for him to leave. The silver and the house were all left to little Shirtu. Even the sharp sword, the soft sword, the heavy sword and the wooden sword that he comprehended casually were also left to him. Holding Su Qiuling in his arms, Ning Fan took a step forward and turned into a ray of sword light, vanishing into thin air. Little Shirtu was stunned by the scene while Bai Su felt a trace of sadness for no reason. Young Master Zhou has left. It turns out that he is not immortal. It turns out that there are really immortals in this world. An indescribable feeling of disappointment welled up in his heart. Bai Su did not know what kind of feeling he was feeling. He just let out a soft sigh. That's good too. A ray of sword light flashed. Holding Su Qiuling in his arms, Ning Fan took a step out of the island and went to the sea. When they were 90,000 zhang deep in the sea, he waved his hand and sword light appeared, parting the seawater and creating a space without water. After 5 months of recuperation, 90% of Su Qiuling's fate golden qi had recovered. Next, he just needs to inject a trace of extremely strong golden qi into her body and she would be cured. Ning Fan patted his storage pouch and took out the dark red remnant of the immortal trapping sword. His eyes flashed and he swallowed it. He forced the remnant into his sea of consciousness and it was devoured by his sword sense. All of a sudden, his sword sense rose rapidly. The sword intent that he had comprehended in the past 5 months broke through the last barrier at this moment. Sword intent, condense. Without sword intent, one would not be considered as a true sword cultivator. With sword intent, one could only display 200% of the power of a sword move. Congratulations, big brother, for successfully achieving your sword intent. However, is it really good to leave Gusu just like this? Aren't you going to take that little stone as your disciple? Bai Su, aren't you going to? My fate with the mortal world is over. Ning Fan answered firmly. Mortals should have a mortal life. Even though he had given Little Stone a sword cultivation method in the end, he would not allow him to cultivate if he could not reach the undefeatable realm in the mortal world. Cultivation was a path of no return. It might not be suitable for mortals. There was too much bloodshed in this place. If one could enjoy the peace of Gusu, why would they want to be like Ning Fan and fall into endless battles? Ning Fan had forgotten about the matter in Gusu. The most beautiful memories in his life were once in 7 Apricot City. Then, he had Luoyun City and now, he had Gusu City. If it was possible, he would like to stay in Gusu City forever and spend the rest of his life there. However, he had a reason that he could not stop. Next, I will force out a trace of the immortal trapping sword's power and guide it into your immortal veins. Then, I will help you refine this power. If everything is successful, not only will your birth chart's golden qi be replenished, your cultivation base will also improve tremendously. You can at least reach the half-step divine transformation realm. I don't care about my cultivation base. If I can survive and continue to accompany you and relieve your exhaustion from killing, I will be satisfied. Su Qiuling looked at Ning Fan with deep affection. When their palms touched, a trace of sword force was forced into her body from Ning Fan's palm. All of a sudden, Su Qiuling's face was filled with pain. However, she gritted her teeth and endured it. If I cannot bear this pain, I will not be qualified to stay with Ning Fan forever. What's pain? Even though the orchid was withering day by day, it was still waiting for the butterfly's return. Even if it was only ashes that came, ouch. Su Qiuling clenched her teeth tightly. She was in so much pain that she almost lost consciousness. However, she desperately opened her eyes and looked at Ning Fan. It was as if she would not care about the pain and suffering as long as she looked at Ning Fan. Huff and aura force that was getting stronger and stronger began to take shape inside Su Qiuling's body. Everyone said that she would not live for long. However, she insisted on living with an even prouder attitude. As her birth chart was replenished, her cultivation base that was suppressed because of her illness began to rise rapidly. In the past, it was not that Su Qiuling could not break through to the nascent soul realm. She just did not dare to do so because breaking through to the nascent soul realm required the unification of the 5 elements. Her birth chart lacked the golden qi. Thus, she could not form her nascent soul. However, the magic power that she had accumulated over the years had been accumulating in her body just for this day, to be unleashed. Magic power, 5,500 units. Half-step divine transformation realm. Big brother. Aye. Tears of joy flowed down Su Qiuling's cheeks. She had finally overcome her birth chart and lived on. All of a sudden, countless tribulation lightning bolts descended and sank into the bottom of the sea. Ning Fan wanted to help Su Qiuling block the tribulation lightning but she shook her head and smiled indifferently. It's all right. I can do it. I don't want to be a woman who burdens you. Chapter 352. Su Qiuling wore a black dress. Her facial features were as beautiful as a painting. Facing the lightning tribulation above her head, she was calm and fearless. She was not a timid woman. She had never been one. Shadows of flying flowers surrounded her body. It was as if every inch of her magic power had turned into pitch-black petals. As she took a step forward, countless rare and precious flowers and plants in the deep sea withered rapidly. All the power of the flowers and plants went into Su Qiuling's body. At this moment, her half-step divine transformation realm aura was infinitely close to that of a true divine transformation realm expert. This is, the Black Flower Emperor physique. Ning Fan's expression changed. He was secretly shocked. He had never thought that Su Qiuling would have such an outstanding aptitude. The Black Flower Emperor physique was the nemesis of almost all flower-type demons and magic techniques. Moreover, she had a secret technique that allowed her to increase her strength by withering hundreds of flowers. Rumor has it that the Black Flower Emperor physique could only be born in special cultivators. The first condition was that the cultivator must be a female cultivator with a yin attribute physique. The second condition was that the female cultivator must have been a flower-type body in her previous life and had cultivated to the Flower Emperor realm. In the past, Su Qiuling's fate was lacking in gold and her physique had yet to show. Today, however, after her fate was filled, her physique became complete. As she took a step forward, she was like a flower empress with a majestic aura that made hundreds of flowers submit to her. Tribulation, break. Su Qiuling's beautiful eyes turned cold. She raised her hand and the sky was filled with falling black flowers. In her hand, a black garland slowly condensed and shone with a terrifying black light. The garland was tossed into the sky. It was like a crescent-shaped blade light that cut through the middle. All the silver lightning in the sky was cut off by the garland. The lightning tribulation was destroyed. Even the lightning was cut off. The speed of this garland's attack was so fast. Ning Fan pondered inwardly. There were not many cultivators below the divine transformation realm who could withstand Su Qiuling's attack. This lady was indifferent to life and death. She was not afraid of suffering. Her temperament was rare among all the women Ning Fan had met. If she was not troubled by her fate, her aptitude would be even better than the so-called 7 sons of the external endless sea. I did it. Su Qiuling smiled like an orchid. However, her face was slightly pale. It seemed that the withering of hundreds of flowers to increase her strength was quite a burden on her body. Coupled with the fact that he had just replenished his metal qi, his body inevitably felt a little weak. If he was not careful, he would fall. In a flash of light, he held Su Qiuling's wrist and his eyes were filled with emotions. Your physique is so outstanding. If you can find a flower immortal fiend god cultivation method, your realm will definitely advance by leaps and bounds. In terms of physique, I am inferior to you. Empress Lady Mystic Flower had a special physique, just like Jihe's innate charm. She was born with superiority that others couldn't compare to. Ning Fan did not have any special physique. The only thing that made him luckier than the other geniuses was the profoundness of his yin-yang transformation. Of course, if Ning Fan had a physique similar to the yin-yang body, his aptitude would certainly be higher. In response to Ning Fan's praise, Su Qiuling smiled faintly and said with a firm tone. You must be joking, big brother. To Qiuling, even if you don't have any special constitution, you're still the best. Now that your injuries have healed, you still need to rest. Let's return to Pleasure Devil Island and recuperate. No, let's recuperate in Gusu, okay? Pleasure Devil Island is like a cage. I don't like it. Su Qiuling begged. Silly girl. If you have me by your side, Gusu will be everywhere in the world. Ning Fan stroked Su Qiuling's cheek. His words made Su Qiuling's beautiful eyes light up. You're right, big brother. Qiuling is too obsessed. If big brother is herding horses at the frontier, Chilling will weave clothes and herd sheep for him. If Big Brother is serving the emperor as a subject in the imperial court, Chilling will live in harmony with him. If Big Brother is fighting against the heavens with his sword, Chilling will follow him with wine and accompany him to drink to relieve his boredom. If Big Brother turns into a butterfly and fights against the heavens, Chilling will give up her petals to help Big Brother spread his wings and soar higher. As long as we're together in life and death, Gusu will be everywhere. Su Chilling's words were filled with sincerity. It touched Ning Fan quite a bit. He had been suffering all his life. When he was young, he was bullied by others. Until that day, he had no choice but to rebel against the all-pleasure sect. After abandoning his mortality and becoming a devil, he shuttled through the sea of blood. Even though he had countless beauties, he was often lonely. This loneliness was the persistence of having to face everything alone. Today, however, Su Chilling was willing to share the burden for Ning Fan. Ning Fan's infamy shocked the world. However, the more infamy he had, the more people were afraid of him and hated him. Ning Fan's cultivation method was despicable and shameless. However, Su Chilling had tolerated him time and time again. As long as we're together in life and death, Gusu will be everywhere, thank you. Ning Fan's heart warmed. He was even more convinced that it was the right decision for him to step into the cultivation world. If he did not cultivate and was willing to die as a mortal, he would not be able to meet so many beauties in his entire life. Let's return to the Pleasure Devil Island first. After that, there are still some karma that needs to be settled. Some people need to meet and some forces need to be taught a lesson. After that, I will enter the Eternal Endless Sea. If Big Brother enters the Eternal Endless Sea and goes to the Giant Devil Clan, Chilling will also go with you. I haven't seen little sister Shuyan for a long time. I miss her very much. Ning Fan thought that the little sister Shuyan that Chilling mentioned was probably the little princess of the Giant Devil Clan, Feng Shuyan. Just as he was about to ask about the background of the Giant Devil Clan, the sound of an island collapsing resounded from above the sea. Boom! The sound was soul-stirring. It was definitely not at the level of a volcano or an earthquake. It was the sound of a powerful cultivator attacking Gusu Island. What happened? Why is there such a sound in Gusu Island? Fourth uncle, Uncle Chi, little sister Baisu, little stone. Big Brother, I'm a little worried about Gusu Island. Let's go and check it out quickly. Su Chilling's calm expression could not conceal a trace of panic. Of course we have to go. A hint of uneasiness rose in Ning Fan's heart. His spirit sense swept across 50,000 li and reached Gusu City above the sea. As far as his eyes could see, it was a sea of blood. Someone was here, dyeing Gusu City with blood. Whoosh! He held Su Chilling in his arms and turned into a ray of sword light. With a swoosh, he split the sea and soared into the sky with a trace of cold anger. In the sky above Gusu City above the sea, 3 black-robed swordsmen were standing in the sky. The sound of the explosion just now was obviously caused by one of them breaking the spirit-severing grand formation with a single sword strike and splitting the island into 2. As the 3 of them broke the formation light of Gusu City, one of the swordsmen who was as fat as a mountain immediately burst into laughter and started a massacre in Gusu City. This person's magic power was as vast as the ocean. With a single sword ray, 1/3 of the island was immediately reduced to ashes. When he was killing, he even used his spirit sense to sweep across the area. Whenever he discovered a woman with decent looks, he would summon a gust of black wind and put them into a large sack. In just a few breaths' time, he had already plundered thousands of women. As a sword cultivator, you actually lusted after women and external objects. No wonder you couldn't condense your sword intent even after cultivating the sword for 2,000 years. Among the 2 swordsmen who were watching from the side, the tall and skinny one said disdainfully while looking at the swordsman who was like a mountain of flesh. Humph. Even if I don't cultivate my sword intent, my strength won't lose to the 2 of you. These women are very useful. Not only can I enjoy them, but I can also feed them to my limitless sword as the sword spirit's food. Hee hee. Mortal women are especially untainted by the chi of cultivators. Their souls are the purest. They are the best to refine my sword soul. Don't forget our original purpose. Don't tell me the three of us are here to capture some mortal women. A bald swordsman stood beside the tall and skinny swordsman. His expression was also impatient. Original purpose? Of course I remember. The three of us are the top 50 experts in the devil appraisal list of the Eternal Endless Sea. We were invited by Purple Goo to join the Ming Assassin Alliance in order to kill Zhou Ming with a single strike. However, the three of us have gone to Pleasure Devil Island to investigate. Zhou Ming is not on the island at all. How are we going to assassinate him? We might as well return to Immortal Abode Island to complete our mission. Since we have encountered such a good mortal country along the way, it would be a waste if we don't massacre them. The swordsman who was like a mountain of flesh sneered as he continued to capture women. When he had captured almost 10,000 women, he nodded his head in satisfaction. Looking at the half-destroyed Gusu city, he said with a hideous smile. Wang Kuan, you go, I'll leave this matter to the two of you. I'll go back to Immortal Abode Island to enjoy the beauties. Luo Sen, you. The swordsman who was like a mountain of flesh laughed. He carried the sack that was filled with women and summoned a flying sword that shone with blood-red light. In just a few seconds, he had already traveled hundreds of thousands of miles. These three people were the three famous demons in the Eternal Endless Sea. The man who was like a mountain of flesh was called Luo Sen, and he was lustful by nature. The tall and skinny man was called Wang Kuan, and he loved torturing and killing mortals the most. As for Yu Gu, he only had one hobby, and that was to eat the flesh and blood of living people. The three of them were the top 50 experts in the Eternal Endless Sea, and all of them were at the Middle Divine Transformation realm. And their motive for massacring Gusu City was obviously just for fun. Damn it! In Gusu City, 5 old men were trapped in a sword silk light screen. That light screen was obviously a sword silk technique that someone had used. The eyes of the 5 great cultivators were bloodshot. Just now, these 3 people's flying lights passed by Gusu City. The 5 old men did not know that they were here, so they appeared to stop them and begged them to stop. They did not want mortals to know that there were immortals in the world. If these words were said to the cultivators in the Outer Endless Sea, everyone would naturally listen to them. After all, this was an unwritten rule in the Outer Endless Sea. Gusu City was a place where one cultivated their heart to become immortal. Any cultivator in the Outer Endless Sea, including the 13 Divine Transformation Realm old ancestors from the Outer Endless Sea, might need to comprehend the mortal world here one day. Therefore, no evil cultivator in the Outer Endless Sea would risk offending the 13 old ancestors and bully a few mortals here. However, Luo Sen and the other 2 were different. The 3 of them were originally evil cultivators in the Eternal Endless Sea, and they were even at the Middle Divine Transformation Realm. They did not fear any cultivators in the Outer Endless Sea, including those old ancestors from the Outer Endless Sea. It was naturally impossible for them to stop because of the request of the 5 great cultivators. Instead, they wanted to torture and kill Gusu City. Wang Kuan casually turned his sword into threads and trapped the 5 old men. He wanted them to personally witness Gusu City being massacred. Wang Kuan's intent realm was hatred. The more people hated him, the more he would be able to improve his intent realm after he killed them. Wang Kuan could tell at a glance that the 5 old men were wholeheartedly protecting Gusu City. Therefore, he was willing to help Luo Sen massacre Gusu City and make the 5 old men hate him to the bone. In the end, when they were in despair, he would kill the 5 great cultivators to improve his intent realm. You are all Divine Transformation Realm cultivators. Why do you have to bully mere mortals? What crime have mortals committed? The green-robed old man who was the leader of the 5 old men asked angrily. His eyes were bloodshot, and he was enraged. He was born in Gusu City. Due to a fortuitous encounter, he was once enlightened by a cultivator and walked on the path of cultivation. He walked on the path of cultivation and killed all the way until he reached the realm of a great cultivator. However, he did not pursue a higher realm after that. Instead, he returned to Gusu City and spent the rest of his life peacefully. This was his home, but his home was destroyed by someone. His descendants were even exterminated by Luo Sen's sword. Give me a reason. Give me a reason to massacre Gusu City. The green-robed old man roared. His eyes were wide open, and blood flowed out of anger. Reason. The reason is that you are all too weak. The weak don't have the right to live. Wang Kun laughed loudly. Luo Sen had left with the beauties, but he, Wang Kun, was more than happy to replace Luo Sen and massacre the city. He descended and swung his sword as he walked among the mortals. The mortals were dumbfounded as they looked at Wang Kun, who was walking over with his sword. Before today, they never knew that immortals existed in this world. They never knew that there was someone who could raze a city to the ground and destroy an island with a single sword. Looking at Wang Kun, who was walking over with his sword and was covered in black chi, the mortals were terrified. They knelt down and begged for mercy. Great! Great immortal, spare us! Spare us! Ah! Wang Kun beheaded those who begged for mercy without even looking at them. He did not like those who begged for mercy. Those who begged for mercy were afraid of him and did not have any resentment. He liked those who swore to die rather than submit. The more they refused to submit, the more he wanted to crush their dignity and make them resent him. He shuttled through the mountains of corpses and seas of blood. There were mortals who were fleeing everywhere. However, how fast could the mortals run? Could they be faster than the sword light of a mid-divine transformation realm cultivator? Ah! One after another, the mortals died under Wang Kun's feet. However, the more he killed, the more unhappy he felt. He wanted to find someone who could resent him. Chapter 353. Ah! Mortals died under Wang Kun's feet one after another, but the more he killed, the more unhappy he became. He wanted to find someone who could hate him. Wang Kun scanned with his divine perception and suddenly sneered. His body turned into a 10,000 feet long sword light that charged towards a certain direction in the city. All the houses, humans, and beasts that were in the way of the sword light were shattered into pieces. He retracted his sword light and landed in front of the manor of proclamation, his eyes filled with disdain. This Xuangyuan's mansion had just been renovated not too long ago, and its owner had entered the imperial examinations. But as Wang Kun took a step in, all the servants who resisted him died. Interesting. This group of mortal servants actually dares to contend against me. Good. Only like this can we kill to our heart's content. His gaze landed on a white-haired old scholar who stood amidst a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. This old scholar had diligently studied for 70 years just to comprehend the way to save the world and the people. When he was 79 years old, he felt that he had made some progress in his studies, so he took part in the imperial examinations and got first place. He rode on his horse and paraded through the streets to promote his political principles. He personally met the emperor and used his life to remonstrate. He received the emperor's respect and was bestowed with the sword of Shangfang, which was used to execute the 10 sycophants. He was an unyielding old man, and he was respected by the people of Gusu. He looked indifferently at Wang Kun with contempt and anger. Why did you slaughter Gusu? Give me a reason. The reason is, I like killing people. He loves to torture and kill mortals like you. Wang Kun laughed out loud. His laughter caused the elder's anger to turn into calmness and a trace of contempt. So that's how it is, killing for pleasure. What a good reason. What a good reason. Those who are superior bully those who are inferior are mere ants. You are an ant that only knows how to bully the weak. In the eyes of the old Confucian, Wang Kun was merely an ant. Wang Kun's eyes turned cold as he cleaved the old scholar into two with a cold sword beam. As he licked the blood off the tip of his sword, Wang Kun revealed a look of joy. After killing this old Confucian, his state had improved significantly. That's how it should be. If you don't hate me, killing you would only be burying my hands. His eyes were wild. He took a step forward, turned into a sword light, and dashed toward another manor. That place was called the Zhao residence, and the famous philanthropist Zhao of Gusu lived there. His name was Zhao Shan. When he was young, he was a playboy. Even when he was old, he was still a playboy. Although he was dissolute, he often provided disaster relief to the people. Countless people of Gusu had received his kindness. Not long ago, Zhao Shan had just married a young lady. It was a joyous occasion. But at this moment, Zhao Shan, with his old body, looked at the girl who had committed suicide in the courtyard, his eyes filled with hatred. His wives and concubines were all extremely beautiful. When Luo Xin came to kidnap them, they all committed suicide in order to preserve their chastity. He looked at Wang Kun with bloodshot eyes. He looked at his dead wife and concubine and felt his intestines shatter. Give me a reason. Give me a reason to slaughter my entire clan. Reason? This is the reason why I like to kill people. Wang Kun looked at Zhao Shan. He wanted to infuriate Zhao Shan even more. His black sword slashed at the female corpses on the ground. He did not even leave the corpses intact. You're not human. You're not human. With his aged body, Zhao Shan held a walking stick and struck Wang Kun. He hated himself for being old and weak. He hated Wang Kun's viciousness. All right. This is the expression you should have. PFFF. The black sword pierced into Zhao Shan's heart and minced him into pieces. Wang Kun felt that his intent realm had improved again. The 5 elders who were trapped in the sword threads could no longer endure it. This was the place where they had lived in seclusion for 1,000 years. They could almost recognize all the millions of mortals in Gusu city. This old man will fight it out with you. The green-robed elder's eyes were bloodshot. He could no longer let Wang Kun continue killing. His nascent soul left his body and formed hand seals frantically. His body was burning with raging blood light like a blood-colored sun. He was going to fight it out with Wang Kun. He was going to self-detonate. Boom! A grand cultivator's self-detonation had actually blasted a hole in Wang Kun's sword threads. The other 4 elders didn't have any thoughts of pitying their comrade. They only had one thought, to step on their comrade's corpse and take revenge for them. Hateful. One of them actually self-detonated. Just like that, one of them has been wasted. Wang Kun felt that it was a pity. However, something even more pitiful happened. Yu Gu, who had nothing else to do, saw the 4 elders rushing out of the sword threads. His eyes lit up and slashed with the golden sword in his hand. An unparalleled sword light slashed the dying elder to death. As for the nascent souls of the 4 elders, they were eaten into Yu Ji's stomach. Yu Gu! You snatched my prey. Wang Kun was enraged. He had killed so many people to arouse the resentment of the 5 elders. However, all of them were killed by Yu Gu. Humph. So what if I snatched it? Are you going to kill them or not? If you don't, this old man will use the corpse-devouring technique to devour the entire Gusu city. No need. I haven't killed enough. Wang Kun glared at Yu Gu. He knew that this wasn't the time to be calculative with Yu Gu. He looked at a courtyard and his eyes suddenly lit up. A sword light rushed over. Wang Kun stood outside the courtyard and sneered when he saw a child holding a wooden sword and a beautiful woman who was still in mourning clothes and had a terrified expression. You killed Uncle Su, Third Aunt Yang, and Grandpa Chu. I will fight it out with you. Little Shidu's eyes were bloodshot. He pointed the wooden sword in his hand at Wang Kuan. What a great expression! What a great expression! Wang Kuan was overjoyed. He didn't expect a child to have such a strong resentment. No wonder the corpse refiner devil loved to refine corpses with children. The younger the child, the purer his heart was. When he was filled with hatred, he would be more powerful. Little Shirtu, go. Go. Mother will stop him. Go quickly. Bai Su revealed a panicked expression. She had never seen a cultivator in her life. Wang Kuan squinted his eyes and seemed to have noticed something. If I let you hate me and kill you, my intent realm will have a chance to break through to the phenomenal stage within 100 years. Is this woman your mother? He. Wang Kuan glanced at Bai Su's delicate body and licked his lips. With his cultivation, he could tell with a single glance that Bai Su and little Shirtu had a trace of similar aura in their bloodline. They were most likely mother and son. Don't touch my mother. Little Shirtu blocked in front of Bai Su. However, how could a wooden sword stop a devil? Wang Kuan didn't even look at little Shirtu. He put away the black sword and pointed with his finger to stop Bai Su. Then, he stretched out both of his hands, wanting to grab Bai Su's face. Although he hated dual cultivation, if he could humiliate Bai Su and make little Shirtu hate him, he would be more than happy. However, before his devil claws could touch Bai Su, he saw a wooden sword slash at Wang Kuan's wrist. Even with his mid-divine transformation realm physical body, a trace of blood was left on his wrist by the wooden sword. Immediately, Wang Kuan was shocked and retreated 100 meters. When he confirmed that it was only little Shirtu who slashed at him, he was shocked. Who made this wooden sword? Such a strong sword intent. Just a trace of it is enough to break my physical body's defense. While Wang Kuan was shocked, countless sea boats came to the rescue outside Gusu City. Rays of nascent soul realm flying lights rushed over without caring about anything. The leader was a mid-nascent soul realm burly man. Wang Si. When they scanned Gusu City with their divine senses, every nascent soul realm old monster was filled with grief and indignation. Who are you? Who are you? Why did you do this? Why? Why? Humph. Before Wang Kuan could finish his words, he saw Wang Si turning into a ray of ferocious light and dashing towards him fearlessly. Don't hurt little Shirtu. Wang Si's eyes were filled with worry. When he scanned the place with his divine sense, he found that Ning Fan and Su Qiuling were not in the residence. He thought that the two of them had been killed by Wang Kuan. Who are you? You killed Qiuling and her husband. You deserve to die. Hundreds of years ago, it was Wang Si who brought Dong Su and Qiuling to Gusu City. During that time, Qiuling stayed in Gusu City for several years like Wang Si's niece. After hundreds of years, Qiuling brought her husband back to Gusu City. Today, however, she died in Wang Kuan's hands. You killed my niece. I'm going to kill you. Ah! Wang Si rushed towards Wang Kuan. However, Wang Kuan did not even have the interest to look at him. Wang Si held a grudge, but it was nothing compared to little Shirtu's. I don't need your grudge anymore. Get lost. Boom! Wang Kuan stomped down, forming an indescribable destructive force that slammed into Wang Si's chest. With just a single collision, Wang Si's meridians were all broken. He was sent flying while coughing out blood. Even though he did not die, he was severely injured and half crippled. While coughing out blood, he watched Wang Kuan approaching little Shirtu step by step and Bai Su with a lecherous smile. Wang Si's eyes were bloodshot. He wanted to kill Wang Kuan but he could not do it. Give me a reason. Give Gusu a reason. He roared at the sky. He was unwilling. He was unwilling to be weak, unwilling to be ordinary and unwilling to be trampled on by others. Reason? The reason is, you guys are too weak. Wang Sen drew a sword thread with his finger. The sword thread formed a prison and trapped little Shirtu within it. Then, he walked towards Bai Su step by step. Looking at Bai Su's curvaceous body and her eyes which were filled with resentment but worried for little Shirtu, Wang Sun felt extremely satisfied. Suddenly, he understood that it was not unreasonable for Luo Sen to like women. Bai Su closed her eyes in humiliation. She could imagine that in another 10 breaths, no, 9 breaths, her great chastity would be completely humiliated by Wang Kun. Young Master Zhou. You are not as good as him. Young Master Zhou is most likely an immortal, but he has never made a move on us mortals. No matter how the people in the city laughed at him and looked down on him, he would just laugh it off. You are not as good as him. Bai Su had already decided to commit suicide by biting her tongue when Wang Kun approached her. She would never hand her body over to a trash like Wang Kun. Young Master Zhou. What bullshit, Young Master Zhou. You said he is stronger than me. You said I am not as good as him. Ridiculous. Wang Kun laughed heartily. He felt that the mortals in this place were too good at making jokes. Wang Kun, started cultivating at the age of 7, entered Yellow Cloud Valley at the age of 19, reached the harmonious spirit realm at the age of 23, formed my core at the age of 319 and formed my nascent soul at the age of 752. Spirit Severing Realm at the age of 1400 and Mid-Spirit Severing Realm at the age of 2200. What is the cultivation base of this young Master Zhou you are talking about? Wang Kun did not immediately humiliate Bai Su. He looked at her from afar. Suddenly, he felt that it was very satisfying to make this woman submit to him with her last bit of pride. I don't know. I don't know what cultivation base is. I don't know what realm he is at. I just have a feeling that if you kill us, we are like ants. If he kills you, we are also like ants. I believe, he is the one who cut this wooden sword. Bai Su smiled sadly. She did not know anything about cultivation at all. She only knew that if Ning Fan was also a cultivator, he would be thousands of times stronger than Wang Kun. Wang Kun did not take her words to heart at all. However, when he heard that the wooden sword that injured him was actually cut by young Master Zhou, he could not help but feel a little fearful of him. Young Master Zhou. You keep calling him Young Master Zhou. Don't tell me you don't even know his name. What is his name? His name is... Bai Su pursed her lips and smiled bitterly. She did not even know Ning Fan's name. His name is Zhou Ming. Bai Su did not answer, but a voice that was as cold as 10,000 zhang answered for her. At the moment the voice fell, the sound of a sword light breaking through the sea was heard. Before Wang Kun could react, he was shocked. In front of him, in front of Bai Su, little Shirtu, and the others, a young man in white robes appeared out of thin air while holding a lady in black robes in his arms. That traveling light was obviously the sword-shifting technique that he displayed after comprehending the sword intent. It was much faster than the teleportation technique of ordinary divine transformation realm cultivators. It was indeed too fast. It was so fast that Wang Kun and Yu Gu did not know how Ning Fan appeared. An immense pressure was emitted from Ning Fan's body, making Wang Kun and Yu Gu feel suffocated. The two of them immediately recognized that the young man in white robes in front of them was the person they were supposed to assassinate. Zhou Ming. Ning Fan closed his eyes slightly. His spirit sense swept across 50,000 li, scanning through every inch of Gusu's land. Within this short period of time, 2/3 of the people in Gusu had already died. It had only been a day since he brought Su Qiuling into the sea to heal her injuries. However, Gusu had already changed beyond recognition. Give me a reason. A reason to massacre Gusu. Ning Fan tried his best to speak calmly. Even though the 5 months of living here was short, this place had given him a warm memory. This memory was cruelly shattered by someone. A reason? Mortals are weak and they deserve to die. So what if I kill them? Zhou Ming, you are just a devil lord who kills without blinking an eye. Why do you have to pretend to be noble and virtuous here? It's great that you're here. I can kill you and claim credit for the alliance of Ming assassins. Then, I can. Wang Kun looked at Ning Fan with a hideous smile. However, before he could finish his words, a terrifying killing intent that made the heavens tremble spread out from Ning Fan's body and engulfed the entire Gusu. Give me a reason. Ning Fan's eyes shot out cold lightning. He took a step forward and it was as if thousands of layers of wind and clouds were stirred up. Suddenly, heaven and earth changed its color. When he took this step, a sense of impending death engulfed Wang Kun's heart. Before Wang Kun could even react, Ning Fan's palm had already closed in on him with an earth-shattering aura force. Wang Kun only had enough time to place the black sword in front of his chest, allowing Ning Fan's palm strike to land on the black sword. That black sword was forged with black iron that had been tempered for thousands of times. It could withstand a landslide without being destroyed. That black sword was a mid-grade divine transformation realm spiritual treasure. It could kill an early divine transformation realm cultivator as if it was child's play. However, under the force of Ning Fan's palm strike, such a good sword suddenly turned into dust. A strong and violent force struck Wang Kun's chest, shattering his 3 layers of spiritual armor. With just a single palm strike, Wang Kun's muscles and bones were all broken. His physical body trembled and turned into a mist of blood. After killing Wang Kun, the remaining force of the palm strike did not decrease at all. It passed through Gusu Island and spread to the deep sea. In an instant, the sea within 100,000 li was dispersed by the force of Ning Fan's palm strike. Thousands of water dragons soared into the sky. Yu Ji's expression changed drastically. He could not believe that a dignified mid-divine transformation realm cultivator like Wang Kun would be killed by Ning Fan with a single palm strike. Before he could react, he suddenly felt a cold ray of light rising from his back. Behind him, Ning Fan instantly appeared like a ghost. He reached out his hand and pierced his dantian from the back of his waist, forcefully pulling out his primordial spirit. Wang Kun and Yu Ji's primordial spirits were held tightly in Ning Fan's hands. Both of them were terrified. It was as if they had just witnessed something that they could not understand. Both of them were mid-divine transformation realm cultivators, but they were actually killed by Ning Fan in an instant. How is this possible? Other than the 7 venerated beings of the internal sea, who else could kill a mid-divine transformation realm cultivator in an instant? What is your cultivation base? Killing a mid-divine transformation realm cultivator in an instant. You are not an early divine transformation realm cultivator. You are definitely not. Don't kill me. I was invited here by Zigu. It was Zigu who said that I can kill anyone in the external endless sea as I please. You can't kill me. If you kill me, you will surely offend Zigu, the demon sealing sect and the venerated demon. It's easy for you to kill me, but it's equally easy for the venerated demon to kill you. Venerated demon. Ning Fan's eyes flashed with cold light. Wang Kun and Yugo seemed to have found some bargaining chips that Ning Fan was afraid of. Their courage gradually grew. That's right. It's the venerated demon. If you kill us, you will surely offend the venerated demon. You said that if I kill all of you, I will offend Lu Jiefan. Ning Fan stared at the ruins of the Blood Sea in Gusu Island. His chest was filled with killing intent that he could not vent out. I was too merciful by not annihilating the Ming Assassination Alliance immediately. That's why I left behind this trouble. I am too merciful by not annihilating the demon sealing sect. That's why Zigu, the clown, is so full of himself. The common people should not die in wars, and the common people should not die in the sea of blood of cultivators. Especially Gusu Island, which had brought him warmth. He would not allow anyone to destroy it at will. You said that I will offend Lu Jiefan. Then, I will show you whether I will offend him or not. Yingzhou Immortal Island, Ming Assassination Alliance. You guys have crossed the line. Since you guys have massacred Gusu Island, I will massacre the entire Yingzhou Immortal Island. I really want to see how Lu Jiefan is going to give me an explanation. Luo Sen was very happy. After massacring Gusu Island, he had at least captured 10,000 mortal women. Each of these women had pure souls. He really could not wait to return to the Yingzhou Immortal Island and enjoy this delicious meal. Riding on a flying sword which emitted a blood-red light, Luo Sen was already not far away from the Yingzhou Immortal Island. However, he suddenly felt a little strange. What was strange was why Wang Kuan and Yu Gu had not caught up to him yet. It's just a mortal country. I can't believe it's not over yet. Humph. Wang Kuan always says that I am a despicable person. I think he is the real pervert. What bullshit resentment intent realm? What do you mean I like to torture and kill mortals? I am much more straightforward. I will just give them a quick death. Hee hee. Of course, I will let you guys have a good time after I have played with them. Luo Sen patted the sack which was filled with women on his shoulder and licked his lips. It was a wonderful thing to have sex with 10,000 women in a day. Boom. Suddenly, a loud sound came from the distance behind him. Luo Sen turned around curiously. What he saw scared him so much that his intestines almost fell out. A million miles behind him, there was a purplish-black giant that was at least 30,000 feet tall. It seemed as though it was holding up the sky and the entire island. Stepping on the waves, it approached the Yingzhou Immortal Island. Just a trace of the giant's aura was enough to make Luo Sen feel a sense of crisis. Every step the giant took seemed to be able to cross 90,000 miles of the sea region. When Luo Sen's gaze swept towards the giant's cold gaze suddenly swept towards him. You can't run away. Ice shatter. The giant's empty right fist punched out. In an instant, the sea region within 100,000 miles was frozen. As the ice shattered, a huge force crashed into Luo Sen's back. He cried out in pain and fell off the flying sword. He was so shocked that he wanted to die. Who is this giant? His speed is so fast, and the force of his punch is so strong. Luo Sen's heart trembled with fear. He climbed onto the flying sword again and fled desperately, trying to escape to the Yingzhou Immortal Island before the giant caught up to him. While he was fleeing, he was begging for mercy. There was no other reason. The giant gave Luo Sen a feeling that he was invincible. Fellow Taoist, I have no enmity with you. Why are you chasing after me? Give me a reason. Who do you think you are? Are you qualified to ask me for a reason? The giant laughed coldly towards the sky. His eyes were filled with madness. He was going to trample the Yingzhou Immortal Island while carrying the entire Gusu Island. Chapter 354. Luo Sen leaped onto his sword and fled. The limitless sword beneath his feet flashed with a faint blood-red light. He was clearly only a soul formation intermediate stage cultivator, but his escaping speed could even be compared to a late-stage cultivator. However, in front of the giant's terrifying speed, Lawson's speed wasn't even worth mentioning. How is this giant able to move so quickly even though he's carrying an island? Just who is he? Lawson felt his scalp tingle. He recognized at a glance that the island the giant was carrying was Gusu, which he, Wang Kuan, and Yu Gu had previously massacred. Luo Sen's heart skipped a beat. He immediately understood that the purple-armored giant was here to seek revenge. But there was one thing that Lawson could not understand. This purple-armored giant had a shocking cultivation, so why would he be angered by a mere mortal island? No, Lawson didn't know. He only knew one thing, and that was that he had to escape to Yingzhou Immortal Island immediately. As long as he escaped, with the 1 million cultivator army of the Ming Assassins Alliance, he wouldn't need to fear the giants. That purple-scaled giant was none other than Ning Fan's avatar. With the strength of his fleshly body, combined with the third level of Jade Life Realm and the Corpse Devil physique, he could definitely fight against an expert at the fourth level of Jade Life Realm. He could easily conjure a 3,000 zhang tall giant body. Becoming a giant was not his body refinement Dao, but this time, he was angry because of the hundreds of thousands of mortals who died in Gusu. He wanted to become a giant and crush the waves of the endless sea to completely eradicate the Ming Assassins' alliance. In Ning Fan's chest, there was a killing intent that couldn't be vented. It was like thunder that kept exploding in his mind, urging him to kill. He had such a strong killing intent many times in the past. He had annihilated the Green Clan in the Demon Sinister Forest and wiped out an entire sea in the Star Sea. However, this time was different from the past. In the past, he killed people for grudges, opportunities, and to fight against fate. This time, however, it was different. It was only because of a belief. That faith was a vow to wash away the grievances of the mortals in Gusu. In the past, Ning Fan's heart was filled with killing intent. This time, Ning Fan felt that he could control all of his killing intent freely. He did not have any pity for strangers. He was just a butcher. However, when Ning Fan saw the sad tears in Su Qiuling's eyes, the resentful look in little Shida's eyes and the helpless look in Bai Su's eyes, he saw the cultivators who were protecting Gusu self-destructing their bodies for Gusu. Roars of despair and questions of unwillingness rang out. Ning Fan's heart was filled with anger. On Gusu Island, Ning Fan forcefully pieced the broken pieces of land together with his magic power. The flames of war flew everywhere, and half of the city was in ruins. The mortals who had experienced the baptism of blood and fire were filled with terror. They couldn't believe what had happened today. They couldn't believe that young Master Zhou, who had bought the haunted house, had turned into a 3,000 zhang tall giant, carried an island, and walked on the waves. That Uncle Zhou can actually carry an entire island on his shoulders. Is he actually such a powerful immortal being? Each of the children who used to tease Ning Fan had already turned mute from fear. That junior who beat me 12 times in a row is actually a soul formation stage cultivator. Moreover, he's an expert who can instantly kill a soul formation intermediate stage cultivator. Uncle Chi, the chess fanatic, was extremely shocked as he consumed a pill to heal his injuries. My dear niece Qiuling. I can't believe your husband is so amazing. Is he going to take revenge for us? Is he going to take revenge for our Gusu? Wang Si swallowed the pill and suppressed his injuries. His bloodshot eyes were filled with excitement. Yes, Big Brother is going to avenge you. Su Qiuling wiped away the tears at the corner of her eyes. Little Stone had already fainted. Bai Su was taking care of him while looking at the beautiful woman with complicated feelings. She finally knew that Ning Fan was not a swordsman but a sword cultivator. A sword cultivator who could make ordinary divine transformation realm cultivators tremble in fear. However, Bai Su was not the only one who was shocked. Luo Sen's sword light was extremely fast and it did not cause too much of a commotion. However, Ning Fan, who had turned into a giant and carried an island on his shoulders, would naturally cause terror wherever he went. Gusu only had the northern region of the external Endless Sea, but the Ying Island was located at the easternmost part of the external Endless Sea. Ning Fan transformed into a giant and chased after them. Naturally, he passed by many islands along the way. Even though his speed was inevitably reduced because he was carrying an island on his shoulders, his aura force became much more terrifying. When the rogue cultivators who passed by saw a giant man carrying an island on his shoulders running towards them from the horizon, they would immediately flee in terror. Ta 3,000 zhang tall giant. Who is this person? This person's body refinement realm is really strong. Not necessarily. Perhaps this person has used some kind of illusion technique to make his body look gigantic, but the island he is carrying is probably just an illusion. Which madman in this world would carry an island on his shoulders? This person is so murderous. Where is he going? Who is he going to kill? It's Luo Sen. I just saw a streak of light escaping on a sword. It's Lawson. What? Mo Xiao, who was in the top 50 of the Devil Appraisal Board, was in the mid-divine transformation realm. Didn't he join the alliance of Ming assassins? Let's not talk about who this giant is, whether he is an expert or not, and whether he can chase after Luo Sen. Could it be that this giant is trying to provoke the Ming assassin alliance? Doesn't he know that the demon sealing sect is supporting the alliance? The higher one's body refinement realm was, the bigger the giant's body would be. Usually, only an expert at the peak of the soul formation stage could transform into a giant that was 3,000 zhang tall. Of course, there were some secret techniques and treasures that could also allow one's physical body to grow to 3,000 zhang tall, but they were only illusions and had no power. All of the spectating cultivators weren't sure if this giant was an expert at the peak of the soul formation stage or not, and they wanted to catch up to the giant to take a look. However, the giant's cold gaze swept over them, and an indifferent roar rang out like countless rays of sword light sweeping through the heavens. Scram! The giant only said one word, but these old monsters, who were at least at the golden core realm, all felt as if they had been slashed by the sword light. Their golden cores were about to shatter, and their eyes were filled with horror. Such a powerful aura. This person's giant body was not an illusion, but reality. He's an expert at the soul formation pinnacle stage. Sword intent. Not only is his physical body strong, but his sword intent is also invincible. Retreat. Don't get involved with this person. But why do I feel that this person looks familiar? Yes, it's him. This giant and those eyes. I can't be wrong. It's him. Who is it? Zhou Ming. That devil. Zhou Ming is going to attack the Ming Assassins Alliance. He's not just going to kill Luo Senator, he's going to massacre the entire Ying Prefecture. Hiss. None of the old monsters were as shocked as they were when they heard the name Zhou Ming. Zhou Ming was a taboo. The reason why people were afraid of him was not because of his high cultivation base, but because once he went crazy, no one could stop him. Purple Yuan Celestial Island, Purple Talisman Sect. Today was the day when the Purple Yuan Sea region would be sealed. All of this was because the old ancestor of the Purple Talisman Sect, Swa Tong, was going to cultivate the sea refining talisman that only happened once every 10 years. The seawater of the Purple Yuan Sea region had a special kind of nourishing spiritual qi. It was the best nourishment for cultivators who cultivated talisman secret techniques. The old ancestor of the Purple Talisman Sect, Swa Tong's most famous saying was, "A little bit of spiritual light is a talisman." To create talismans, one must have the right drawing method and the spiritual light in one's heart. Every 10 years, the Purple Talisman Sect would seal the sea area within 1,000,000 miles and set up a grand formation to absorb all the spiritual qi in the seawater. This year was no exception. More than 10 nascent soul realm elders led groups of gold core realm cultivators and guarded the grand formation carefully, not allowing anyone to enter the Purple Yuan Sea. Unless one was a disciple of the Purple Talisman Sect or had an entry token issued by the Purple Talisman Sect, no one was allowed to pass through this sea area. Dozens of ships were blocked outside the Purple Yuan Sea by groups of experts from the Purple Talisman Sect. Most of the ships that were rejected did not have any background. When they heard that the Purple Talisman Sect sealed the sea area for the Divine Transformation Realm old ancestors to cultivate, no one dared to complain about the Purple Talisman Sect anymore. The Endless Sea was also known as the Cultivation Tomb. It was a place where the strong were respected. If the Divine Transformation Realm old ancestors wanted to use the sea area within 1,000,000 miles for cultivation, it was normal for them to seal the sea area. Forget it. We'll just take a detour. It's just that with our pill treasure ships, it'll take us a few more months to cross the Purple Yuan Sea, many cultivators on the ship's side inwardly. However, Right at this moment, the tsunami-like sound of a giant treading on waves came from the place where the sea and the sky met. Hundreds of thousands of miles away, a purple-armored giant carrying an island could be vaguely seen. With an unstoppable momentum, he rushed towards the purple Yuan Sea. Due to the distance, no one knew the size of the giant's body. A cultivator with a giant physical body? What's that thing he's carrying? It looks like he's going to rush towards this direction. Who is he? Is he going to rush into the purple Yuan Sea? Now that the Purple Talisman sect has sealed the sea area, if this person rushes into the purple Yuan Sea, he'll definitely affect old ancestors Watong's cultivation. Won't he offend the Purple Talisman sect and provoke a fatal calamity? While the cultivators on the ships were discussing, among the Purple Talisman sect elders who were in charge of sealing the sea area, a burly man in hemp garments with a haughty expression took a step forward. He glanced at the giant indifferently and said coldly, "Where are the spirit crossbowmen? Aim at this giant. Once he tries to rush into the purple Yuan Sea, shoot 10,000 arrows and kill him." Yes. Immediately, close to 10,000 Purple Talisman sect experts each held a spirit crossbow and aimed at the giant that broke through the sea. The behavior of this burly man in hemp garments was a little too overbearing. Just because the giant might disrupt the cultivation of his sect's old ancestor, he wanted to kill him. However, no one felt that the burly man was wrong. In the endless sea, strength was everything. If your sect also had a divine transformation realm cultivator, naturally, they could also be overbearing and domineering. All the cultivators on the ships looked at the giant that was so far away and felt pity for him. They didn't know who this expert with a giant physical body was. If he recklessly rushed over, he would most likely die. However, after 10 breaths, whether it was the cultivators on the ships or the Purple Talisman sect, their expressions changed drastically. In just 10 breaths, the purple-armored giant crossed hundreds of thousands of miles of the sea area at an unbelievable speed. He treaded on the waves and appeared at the border of the purple Yuan Sea. Such a speed was truly shocking. When all the cultivators' gazes fell on the giant's 3,000 feet tall body, they all gasped in disbelief. Especially when the giant was carrying an island on his shoulder. 3,000 feet tall. Could this man be a peak divine transformation realm cultivator? What should we do? Should we stop this man from entering the sea? The burly man in hemp garments was shocked. When the giant approached him, just a trace of his aura almost caused his nascent soul to collapse. What kind of expert is this man? He didn't know. The only thing he knew was that he must not provoke this man. He must not shoot any spirit crossbow or attack him. While he was hesitating, a vast aura came from the formation and turned into a purple-robed old man. He stood outside the formation and stared at the giant coldly. His whole body was emitting a vast aura. Early divine transformation realm. This purple-robed old man was obviously the old ancestor of the Purple Talisman sect, Swatong. He was one of the 13 divine transformation realm cultivators in the outer endless sea. Who are you? Why are you trespassing on my purple Yuan Sea? I'm Swatong. I need the help of this sea to cultivate. Please take a detour. Swatong's words carried the dignity of a divine transformation realm old ancestor. Other than the rare few divine transformation realm experts in the external endless sea, no one would dare to disobey him. As soon as his voice fell, he flicked his sleeves and summoned 12 purple flame talismans. Each of the talismans had the strength of an early divine transformation realm cultivator. If the giant did not take a detour, Swatong would launch 12 divine transformation realm attacks to eliminate him. Those who stand in my way shall die. Ning Fan's eyes turned cold. He struck out a gigantic palm. An unimaginably strong force rolled up thousands of waves and turned into a gigantic palm imprint that flew toward Swatong. At the moment when the palm imprint appeared, Swatong felt an extreme sense of crisis rising in his heart. He could not summon any will to resist it. Countless hollow space collapsed. Cracks appeared in heaven and earth. The waves of 100,000 li were overturned by this palm imprint. Sua Tong's eyes tensed up. The power of this palm imprint could kill him like an ant. Whoosh! Without any hesitation, Sua Tong immediately turned into a wisp of smoke and dodged the attack. Just as he was about to dodge the attack, the gigantic palm fiercely struck the ceiling sea grand formation. All of a sudden, the area within 1,000,000 li trembled violently. The sound of countless formation eyes collapsing could be heard. In just half a breath's time, countless formation lights of different colors crumbled. A great sense of horror rose in the hearts of countless cultivators, including Sua Tong, who was at the divine transformation realm. In order to seal off the purple primordial sea within 1,000,000 li, the Purple Charm sect had set up at least a few hundred nascent realm grand formations and 7 divine transformation realm grand formations. When all the formation lights overlapped, it would not collapse even if it withstood the attack of a mid-divine transformation realm cultivator. However, under the attack of the giant's palm, not a single formation light remained within 1,000,000 li. The giant's cultivation base was already shocking. Moreover, Sua Tong could see that the giant was obviously showing mercy to him in that palm attack. Otherwise, Sua Tong would definitely not be able to dodge that palm attack. Then, not only the formation light within 1,000,000 li would be destroyed as well. Even his physical body and primordial spirit would be annihilated under that palm attack. Sua Tong. Since we've met once, I won't pursue the matter of you attacking me today. However, the next time you attack me with your talisman fire, the Purple Talisman sect will certainly be annihilated. The giant's indifferent voice carried a terrifying baleful chi. As soon as he opened his mouth, the blood-red baleful chi dyed half of the sky red. Sua Tong would never forget that voice even in his dreams. The owner of that voice had once withstood Yan Zhong's palm attack in the Pleasure Devil Immortal Island. 20 years ago, he was unstoppable in the external endless sea and no one dared to provoke him. You are fellow Taoist Zhou Ming. Sua Tong was filled with astonishment. This giant is obviously Ning Fan. 20 years ago, Ning Fan was only able to fight against a divine transformation realm cultivator with all his might. That was why Sua Tong was slightly afraid of him. 20 years later, Ning Fan had already become so powerful. If he does not show mercy, he could definitely kill Sua Tong instantly. The formation light shattered. The sealing order of the purple primordial sea was lifted. The giant stepped on the waves and chased after Luo Senator. As for Sua Tong and the other cultivators, they were all stunned on the spot. All of them were unable to calm themselves down. The destruction of the formation light meant that the cultivators on the ship no longer needed to take a detour. They could directly pass through the purple primordial sea. The destruction of the formation light meant that Sua Tong's cultivation of condensing talismans in the sea had to end helplessly. Each of the Gold Core Realm and Nascent Soul Realm cultivators found it hard to believe. That purple-armored giant was so strong that he could instantly kill old ancestor Sua Tong with a single palm and destroy the formation light of 1,000,000 li. Who is this person? Sua Tong was forced to stop his cultivation. However, he did not dare to resent Ning Fan at all. He had sealed the sea area of 1,000,000 li without permission. It was extremely overbearing because he was stronger than others. If he wanted to pass through the purple primordial sea, who would dare to ask him to take a detour? Who would dare to trap him in the sea? At least, Sua Tong did not dare to do so. 20 years later, things remained the same, but the people had changed. Sua Tong did not even have the qualifications to fight alongside Ning Fan. He sighed continuously in his heart. He no longer had the courage to provoke Ning Fan. O old ancestor, what should we do? The sealing sea grand formation has been destroyed. The spiritual chi has already dispersed. I'm afraid we won't be able to gather spiritual chi for old ancestors' cultivation this year. The old man in hemp robe sighed. Cultivation? What the hell is there to cultivate? This Zhou Ming is filled with killing intent, and he even spoke in a tone that said, those who stand in his way will die. I'm afraid there must be someone who is blind enough to provoke him. He's going to kill them. Judging from the direction, it seems to be the Immortal Island in the Eastern Sea. I'm going there to have a look. If the Immortal Island is destroyed, the forces in the external Endless Sea will be reshuffled. This is a huge matter. Suotong felt a chill down his spine when he thought of the destructive power of Ning Fan's palm. Terrifying. It's really too terrifying. The Immortal Island in the Immortal Island really deserves it for provoking Zhou Ming. No matter what, my Purple Charm sect must never offend Zhou Ming. In the past, old man Dong Xian tricked me into joining the Ming Assassin Alliance. Luckily, I didn't join him. He was really wise. Old man Dong Xian, your Immortal Island can't be protected anymore. Because of you, you've provoked a madman. Chapter 355. Ning Fan carried Gusu on his shoulder and continued to chase after Luo Senator. His eyes were calm and his steps were steady and powerful. He did not pay much attention to the incident where he rushed into the purple primordial sea and shocked Suotong. Instead of explaining 100 reasons to the Purple Charm sect, it was better to crush the formation light that blocked his path. In order to make the domineering Purple Charm sect lower its head, what he needed was not a touching reason but a strength that no one would dare to stop. Not only did he want to let the external Endless Sea know that he had returned, but he also wanted to let everyone know that he was not someone to be trifled with. Luo Sen seemed to be purposely escaping towards the route of the 10 sects, trying to stop Ning Fan with the experts of the 10 sections. No one knew how far this cunning Raoshan Devil Lord had already escaped. Ning Fan was not in a hurry. In front of him, the floating islands where the forces were stationed appeared one after another. Occasionally, he would encounter some sea-sealing formations set up by the islands. However, he would forcefully break through all of them. Even the formation light of the Purple Charm sect could not stop him. How could ordinary forces stop him? Pengwang Island, Xiang family. In the external Endless Sea, the Xiang family was once an unparalleled force. With Xiang Liao, who was a half-step divine transformation realm expert, almost no one in the 10 sects and 3 islands dared to offend the Xiang family. It was a well-deserved first-rate force. However, as 17 experts of the Xiang family including Xiang Liao died tragically in the Pill Cauldron Gate, the Xiang family's status in the external Endless Sea had plummeted. Being hunted by the Pill Cauldron Gate and their old enemies, the Xiang family declined all the way. 20 years later, the once prosperous Xiang family had already fallen to a third-rate force. In the Elders' Hall, 7 gold core realm experts of the Xiang family were sitting and discussing. At the highest seat, there was an old man at the early nascent soul realm. Currently, the Xiang family only had 7 gold core realm experts and 1 nascent soul realm expert left. That nascent soul realm expert had forcefully increased his cultivation realm using a secret technique. He was just there to keep up appearances. His combat power was really low. The 7 gold core realm experts were discussing whether to join the alliance of Ming assassins. The alliance of Ming assassins existed to assassinate Zhou Ming. The biggest enemy of the Xiang family was also Zhou Ming. If they could rely on the alliance of Ming assassins and climb up the tree of the alliance, the Xiang family might have a chance to rise again. Family head, in my opinion, the ferocious devil Zhou Ming has already returned to the outer Endless Sea, and the Ming assassin alliance is getting restless. They're preparing to destroy this devil, and they're in need of manpower. If my Xiang family joins the alliance, it's no different from hugging a big tree. There's no need to hesitate on this matter. An advanced stage golden core realm cultivator stood up, cupped his fists, and spoke with confidence and composure. His words caused the other 6 golden core realm cultivators of the Xiang clan to nod in agreement. You can't. The old nascent soul cultivator, who had been silent all this time, slowly opened his eyes. His face was filled with the vicissitudes of life. He was the only remaining nascent soul cultivator in the Xiong clan, and he was the current clan master of the Xiong clan. Why? The main responsibility of the patriarch was the prosperity of the clan. Could it be that family head is reluctant to give up control of the Xiong family? The late-stage golden core cultivator questioned. If they joined the alliance, the Xiong family would naturally be taken over. This was the price of hugging a big tree. Seeing that the nascent soul realm old man didn't agree to join the alliance, the late golden core realm cultivator thought that the old man was being selfish. What a joke! Why would I care about the patriarch position of a declining family? The reason why I'm against joining the alliance is just because I'm afraid of one person. The alliance wants to assassinate Zhou Ming. They're just courting death. I heard that Devil Lord Zhou Ming has already reached the divine transformation realm. What I mean is that if our Xiong clan doesn't want to destroy the last of our bloodline, we must not become enemies with Zhou Ming. A hint of fear flashed across the eyes of the nascent soul realm old man as if he was recalling the tragic incident in the past. His words made each of the gold core realm cultivators of the Xiong clan sink into contemplation. Those who had never seen Ning Fan killing people mercilessly would never know how ferocious the name, Zhou Ming, was. On that day, no one in the Pill Cauldron Gate expected that the half-step divine transformation realm Xiong Liao would die. However, the 17 experts of the Xiong clan died in Zhou Ming's hands so easily. Zhou Ming, who is at the nascent soul realm, is invincible in the external endless sea. We can't afford to offend him who is at the divine transformation realm. The old man asserted. The late-stage gold core realm cultivator's eyelids twitched. As a matter of fact, he had secretly joined the alliance a long time ago. That was why he tried his best to persuade the Xiong clan to join the alliance. Even if Zhou Ming is at the divine transformation realm, the alliance has more than 10 divine transformation realm cultivators. He still needed to continue persuading the old man. At the next moment, the entire Pengwang Island shook violently as if it was being rammed by some ferocious beast. The 8 experts of the palace immediately turned into rays of light and left the palace. Their faces were filled with shock and uncertainty. The sea where the Pengwang Island was located was filled with turbulent currents. In the past, there would occasionally be sea beasts that were affected by the currents and crashed into the foundation of the island. If a gold core realm sea beast crashed into the island, it would only tremble slightly for a moment before stopping. If a nascent soul realm sea beast crashed into the island, it would shake for a few breaths. However, after a few breaths, the shaking would definitely stop. However, this time, the shaking of the island was too intense. It was as if the Pengwang Island was about to be crushed into 2 halves by something. As soon as the 8 experts left the palace, they scanned their surroundings. At the next moment, what they saw and heard was something that they would never forget for the rest of their lives. They saw a 3,000 zhang tall giant carrying an island that was a few times larger than the Pengwang Island on its shoulder. The force of that step was too heavy. Half of the Pengwang Island was crushed and sank into the sea. G giant. Who is this man? He crushed half of the island with a single step. His cultivation base is too terrifying. The late gold core realm cultivator's face turned pale with fright. If this giant is here to annihilate the Xiong clan would definitely be destroyed. He is Zhou Ming. Look at him. Do you still think that joining the alliance of Ming assassins is the right choice? The nascent soul realm old man took a deep breath and closed his eyes helplessly. At the moment when his eyes met the giant's, his nascent soul almost collapsed as if it was pierced by a sword. Even if ordinary divine transformation realm cultivators could instantly kill a nascent soul realm cultivator, they would not be able to make someone's nascent soul collapse with just a glance. How could the old man not understand that Ning Fan was definitely not an ordinary divine transformation realm cultivator after he attained the divine transformation realm? Impossible. Even the divine transformation realm old ancestors of the Yingzhou immortal island can't transform into such a huge body. The late gold core realm cultivator was filled with fear. The same expression also appeared on the faces of the other 6 gold core realm cultivators and the thousands of cultivators of the Xiang clan. Fortunately, the giant was just passing by Pengwang Island and did not kill anyone. This made the cultivators of the Xiang clan heave a sigh of relief. Xiang Qi, as you can see, Zhou Ming cannot be offended. I know that you have secretly joined the alliance of Ming assassins. However, I'm just reminding you that if you try to put the Xiang clan in danger again, I will kill you instantly. The nascent soul realm old man's eyes flashed with cold light. He would never allow anyone to provoke Ning Fan. The Xiang clan had declined, but at least it was not destroyed. The old man could not let the Xiang clan perish in his hands. Hengshan Island in the Black Reef Sea. Hengshan Island was an unlucky island. There was an unlucky sect on the island called the Eternal Cloud Sect. The old ancestor of Hengyun was even more unlucky. His name was Wang Heng. Wang Heng was an early gold core realm cultivator. More than 30 years ago, he was already an early gold core realm cultivator. Even now, he was still an early gold core realm cultivator. Even though his innate talent was not high, he had almost reached the peak of the early gold core realm in the past. However, more than 30 years had passed and he had yet to break through to the mid-gold core realm. Moreover, he had once obtained a gold core realm Dao fruit. After consuming it, his magic power had almost reached the late gold core realm. However, because of the shadow in his heart, he could not break through to the mid-gold core realm. His heart had been scarred by an earth-shattering battle 30 years ago. On that day, a mad devil named Zhou Ming killed 3 nascent soul realm cultivators of the demon sealing sect on Hengshan Island and protected Yin Suqiu. Wang Heng was suffering. In the stone chamber, he tried to break through to the gold core realm again, but he still failed. He could not help but complain inwardly. Senior Zhou Ming, if you want to kill someone, just kill them. Why did you come to my island to kill them? You killed someone and ran away. As a result, the experts of the demon sealing sect died on my island. I don't know how many times the people of the demon sealing sect have investigated me. If it wasn't because I'm not related to you in any way, and if it wasn't because I offered a lot of immortal jade as a bribe, I would have been long dead and the Hengyun sect would have been annihilated. Senior Zhou Ming, I'm doomed because of you. Now that you've become the strongest expert of the external endless sea, I'm always on tenterhooks. I'm afraid that someone will find out that I'm related to you and I'll be killed. Wang Heng's wrinkled face turned into a bitter gourd and he sighed continuously. At this moment, the Hengshan Island suddenly shook violently. O old ancestor, something bad has happened. A Taoist child rushed into Wang Heng's stone chamber in a panic. What's so noisy about? What's so bad about it? Is there another expert from the high sect who came to ask for a bribe? Wang Heng walked out of the main hall impatiently. As soon as he stepped out of the door, what he saw and heard almost scared him to the point of wetting his pants. A 3,000 zhang tall purple-armored giant was walking on the sea while carrying a huge island as if there was no one else around. Oh my God! Such a huge giant! What's his cultivation base? No, this person's chi is very familiar. He's Zhou Ming. Wang Heng's wrinkled face was on the verge of crying. Senior Zhou, you can't bully me like this. You're here again. You've implicated me again. Now that you're being hunted by the Ming Assassin Alliance, I can't be implicated by you. Besides, when you left the island that day, I was the one who helped you to destroy the evidence. When others came to investigate your background, I didn't betray you at all. You can't bite the hand that feeds you. Seeing that the purple-armored giant was about to crush the island, Wang Heng closed his eyes in despair and murmured incessantly. As for the giant, it seemed to have heard his words. Suddenly, he stopped in his tracks. His cold eyes swept across the island as if he had recalled something. He stared at Wang Heng without saying a word. A moment later, he pointed a finger and a ray of black light shot towards Wang Heng. Then, he took a step forward and disappeared without a trace, leaving only a sentence behind. Seeing that you're my old friend, I'll grant you a fortune. After the black light entered Wang Heng's body, it made his body tremble. The shadow in his heart slowly disappeared. It was as if Ning Fan had helped him break through the bottleneck with his great magic power. Wang Heng was stunned. He was shocked. That was just a casual point of his finger. However, he could actually help someone break through the bottleneck. Rumor has it that only old monsters who have attained the Void Inquiry stage or above can borrow the power of the Void to help juniors break through the bottleneck of their immortal veins. Could it be that this senior Zhou Ming is actually a Void Refinement Realm cultivator who has passed the Void Inquiry stage test before? Wang Heng was stunned. He felt that the way he walked out of the main hall must be wrong. Is senior Zhou Ming really that powerful? I'm really lucky to have a relationship with a Void Refinement Realm senior. Wang Heng seemed to have become more courageous. He was no longer afraid of the Demon Sealing Palace and the Ming Assassin Alliance. There was only one thing that he had to do now. It was to go into seclusion as soon as possible and prepare to break through to the late Gold Core realm. Chapter 356. To Ning Fan, old ancestor Wang Heng was just a passerby. Casually helping him get rid of the shadow in his heart was already a great favor, so it was impossible for him to give him any other benefits. To Ning Fan, that finger attack was insignificant. But to Wang Heng, the power of the void in that finger had helped him open the way to the late stage of the Gold Core realm. The power of the void. Void Inquiry stage cultivators can help low-leveled cultivators resolve their inner demons. If my master had a Void Refinement Realm cultivation base in the past, he would certainly help me eliminate my inner demons and form my Gold Core. Also, I might not necessarily need to come to the external Endless Sea. Putting aside the forces of the Endless Sea, the heavenly tribulations of the Rain World, the heavenly tribulations of the Sword World and even the stronger heavenly prides of the four heavens naturally have Void Refinement Realm cultivators to help them resolve their inner demons. This is also the reason why their cultivation speed far exceeds that of ordinary people. Ning Fan's eyes were filled with emotions. The so-called Heaven's Chosen Ones not only have outstanding innate talents and excellent cultivation methods but also have a strong background that can provide pills, trials and resolve the Heart Devil. Early Void Refinement Realm cultivators were also known as Void Glimpse Stage cultivators. They had just begun to comprehend the power of the void but were still unable to completely control it. The Mid-Void Refinement Realm was also known as the Void Inquiry Stage cultivators. After going through the Void Inquiry stage, one would be able to freely control the power of the void and use it to help the juniors resolve their inner demons. Late Void Refinement Realm cultivators were also known as Void Pierce Stage cultivators. The peak of the Void Refinement Realm was also known as the Absolute Void cultivators. With the help of Void Inquiry Stage cultivators to get rid of their heart devils, the cultivation speed of those heavenly geniuses was naturally something that mortals could never hope to achieve. Ning Fan did not have the help of a powerful background and he did not have superhuman innate talents. Before attaining the Divine Transformation Realm, his Yin-Yang transformation cultivation method did not display any great power. However, he had stubbornly walked step by step to where he was today. Not only did he rely on opportunities, but he also relied on his ruthlessness to stain the world with blood. You hit me once, I'll hit you 10 times. If you destroy one of my realms, I will destroy 10 of yours. Most of his Dharma treasures and spirit herbs were obtained from killing and fighting. In his entire life, he refused to submit to any power. Be it the Ming Assassin Alliance, the Immortal Abode Island, or the Demon Sealing Sect. The purple-armored giant that Ning Fan had transformed into traveled all the way to the east. 1,000,000 li behind him were countless cultivators who were chasing after Ning Fan with all their might, hoping to head to the Immortal Island in the Ying province to watch the show and search for opportunities. Ning Fan did not pay attention to those people who followed him. His eyes were fixed on an island in the distance. His eyes flashed with a cold light. This island was called Saint Suppressing Island, and there was only one sect on the island. It was one of the 10,000 Seas sects and 3 islands, Xuanda sect. Luo Sen's panicked silhouette escaped from Xuanda sect and headed towards the east. After he left, tens of thousands of cultivators suddenly soared into the sky above the Xuanda sect. They stared at the giant that Ning Fan had transformed into with murderous intent. Ning Fan carried Gusu Island on his shoulder. After breaking through countless layers of waves, he stopped walking 1,000 li away from the saint-subduing island. It was because as soon as he stepped into this place, countless snow-white formation lights suddenly rose from the sea region within 1,000 li. They turned into ice and snow dragons and firmly entangled his feet, restraining him. Peak Transcendent Rank Grand Formation Sacred Ice Dragon Formation. Ning Fan's eyes turned cold. The Xuanda sect actually attacked him. Moreover, judging from how Luo Sen stayed on the island for a while, the reason why Xuanda sect attacked him was probably because of Luo Sen's instructions. Since you're all cultivators of the outer endless sea, I'll give you a chance. Remove the formation within 3 breaths, and I will pretend that nothing has happened. Otherwise, not a single blade of grass will be left in Xuanda sect. Ning Fan's tone was cold. His eyes scanned through each of the cultivators of the Xuanda sect. Among this group of cultivators, the leader was an old man wearing a ceremonial robe. He was dressed in the style of an ancient Confucian scholar, and his eyes were narrowed. His expression was arrogant, and his body exuded the vast aura of an early-stage soul formation cultivator. This person was the Xuanda sect's divine transformation realm patriarch, Lu Xian. Around Lu Xian stood 19 nascent soul cultivators, each of them breathing heavily. Among this group of nascent soul realm cultivators, a mid-nascent soul realm middle-aged man was staring at Ning Fan with a gloomy expression. He was the vice-sect lord of the Profound Virtue sect, Zhao Yi. His cultivation level of the mid-nascent soul realm may not be worth mentioning, but his other identity must be mentioned. Zhao Yi was the father of Zhao Zijing. Zhao Zijing had once offended Ning Fan because of Su Qiuling and was killed by Ning Fan. Because of this incident, the reputation of the Profound Virtue sect was greatly damaged. In the past, old ancestor Lu Xian was even more reluctant to take revenge because of Ning Fan's ferocious reputation. But now, the alliance of Ming assassins had been established with the support of the demon Sealing Hall. When Daoist Purple Gu first came to Lu Xian and promised him great benefits, Lu Xian was moved and led the Profound Virtue sect to join the alliance of Ming assassins. Today, the assassin of the alliance, Luo Sen, passed by Xuanda sect and asked them to delay Ning Fan. Lu Xian only hesitated for a moment before agreeing to it. Old ancestor, is it inappropriate for us to offend Zhou Ming like this? One of the nascent soul realm elders of Xuanda sect was a little scared. He had no choice. Ning Fan's baleful qi was too strong. He could not help but be afraid of it. What are you afraid of? Luo Sen said that this Zhou Ming is just an early-stage soul formation realm cultivator. Luo Sen, a mid-soul formation realm cultivator, is being chased by Zhou Ming everywhere. Judging from this Zhou Ming is probably a special existence who possesses the combat power of a mid-soul formation realm cultivator when he is just an early-stage soul formation realm cultivator. I might not be a match for him in a one-on-one battle. However, in the territory of my Profound Virtue sect, I have the sacred suppressing ice dragon formation. Why would I be afraid of him? However, this Zhou Ming has a 3,000 zhang physical body. Perhaps he is already at the peak soul formation realm. Bullshit. Indeed, only a cultivator at the peak of the soul formation stage could have a body of 3,000 feet. But think about it, 20 years ago, this person was still at the nascent soul stage. 20 years later, it was already shocking that he could break through to the early stage of the soul formation stage. How could he have reached the peak of the soul formation stage? Above the soul formation stage, every step was extremely difficult. This person could not be at the peak of the soul formation stage. He's only an early stage soul formation cultivator. Lu Xian sneered. He was not a fool. Since he dared to help Luosan stop Ning Fan, he naturally had already considered the worst-case scenario. The worst-case scenario that he considered was Ning Fan breaking through to the early divine transformation realm within 20 years and his combat power would reach the terrifying mid-divine transformation realm. Ordinary people couldn't reach the soul formation stage in 20 years, and ordinary early-stage soul formation cultivators couldn't even reach the mid-stage. Lu Xian thought that he had already overestimated Ning Fan. He definitely did not believe that Ning Fan was some peak divine transformation realm expert. I can't be wrong. Ning Fan's 3000 zhang physical body and the island on his shoulder were all illusionary techniques. They were just paper tigers to scare others. He would not be stupid enough to risk his life to fight Ning Fan. In the territory of his Xuanda sect, there was a sect guarding formation. He would be a fool if he did not use it. It was the peak divine transformation realm grand formation, the sacred ice dragon formation. Rumor has it that the first-generation old ancestor of Xuanda sect, Reverend Fu Sheng, was a late divine transformation realm expert. He was even more proficient in formation techniques. The sect guarding formation that he set up could even resist a peak divine transformation realm expert. Lu Xian firmly believed that with this formation, even if Ning Fan was really a mid-divine transformation realm expert or even a late divine transformation realm expert, he would certainly be trapped on Xuanda Island by Lu Xian and be slaughtered by him. Ning Fan gave Lu Xian 3 breaths to apologize. However, Lu Xian had already successfully trapped Ning Fan. How would he let Ning Fan leave the formation and apologize? The one with the surname Zhou, don't you dare be so arrogant. You have already been trapped by the grand formation of my Xuanda sect's old ancestor. Even if you have 3 heads and 6 arms, you won't be able to escape from this formation. Humph. What did you say about leaving no one alive in Xuanda sect? Who do you think you are? 3 breaths. It's still unknown whether you can live for more than 3 breaths. What you don't know is that apart from our old ancestor, we have the Saint Subduing Grand Formation and the Ocean Suppressing Nether King in our Xuanda sect. You will die in an instant. Seeing that Ning Fan was trapped by the formation light without being able to break free, the cultivators of Xuanda sect gradually became more confident. Each of them revealed a look of excitement. What bullshit old ancestor revered Ming? How dare he come to Xuanda sect and behave atrociously? Isn't he still trapped by the formation light? He will still be slaughtered by the Xuanda sect. On Gusu Island, Uncle Chi, Wang Si and the other nascent soul realm experts' expressions changed drastically when they saw Ning Fan being trapped by the grand formation. Especially Uncle Chi, who was a mid-grade divine transformation realm formation master. He could tell that the Saint Subduing Ice Dragon formation was extraordinarily powerful with just a glance. I can't see through it. I can't see through it. Even with Uncle Chi's cultivation base in the Tao of formations, he actually could not see through the eye of the formation. Nis Chioling. This is a peak divine transformation realm grand formation. Even a peak divine transformation realm expert would be in danger if he or she falls into this formation. Quickly ask your husband to leave this formation. Uncle Chi said anxiously. There's no need. Big brother will be fine. He didn't give the Xuanda sect 3 breaths out of kindness. In fact, he was secretly trying to break the formation. Big brother probably only needs 3 breaths to break this formation. After 3 breaths, if the Xuanda sect doesn't repent, this sect will certainly be annihilated. Su Qiuling's eyes flashed with intelligence. She was a smart girl. She could see through Ning Fan's true intention with just a glance. That's right. Even though this saint-subduing ice dragon formation was powerful, Ning Fan had already seen through all the eye of the formation with his cultivation base in the Tao of formations. He only needed 3 breaths to break this formation. Traces of magic power flowed into the formation light. The eye of the formation was secretly collapsing. However, the Xuanda sect did not know about it at all. 1. Ning Fan uttered coldly. 1 breath had passed. Lu Xian's heart skipped a beat. Ning Fan was obviously trapped in the formation. Why was he still so calm? Could it be that Ning Fan really has the confidence to break this peak divine transformation realm grand formation? Does he really have the confidence to wash the saint-subduing island with blood? 2. Ning Fan's tone gradually became colder. His voice was so calm. He did not sound like an expert who was trapped in a grand formation and was about to die in an instant. Could it be that I have missed something? Impossible. I have already overestimated Zhou Ming and treated him as a mid-divine transformation realm old monster. Could it be that his strength is even higher than that? Could it be that he is really a peak divine transformation realm cultivator? No. This is absolutely impossible. No nascent soul realm cultivator could cultivate to the peak divine transformation realm within 20 years. Even if the divine sovereign of the Rain Palace helped a genius to advance, it is impossible for him to have such a cultivation speed. Lu Xian tried his best to convince himself. However, his heart was getting more and more uneasy. The higher a cultivator's cultivation base, the stronger their heavenly senses would be. This feeling of uneasiness was not groundless. It was undoubtedly caused by Ning Fan. Could it be that I have really missed something? No. I don't believe it. See suppressing Dark King, eat him. Lu Xian's mind was in a mess. He did not want to give Ning Fan the chance to count to 3. He patted his storage pouch and took out a pitch-black token. Then, he cast a hand seal on it. Immediately, a black shadow that was tens of li long slowly rose to the surface of the ocean outside the saint-subduing island. Eventually, it turned into a gigantic ferocious beast that was over 1,500 zhang in size. It broke through the surface of the ocean and let out a beast roar that shook 10,000 li. Roar, this ferocious beast faintly emitted an early divine transformation realm qi. It was clearly a wild beast. This ferocious beast was once subdued by enlightened Master Fu Sheng and was given the name Sea Suppressing Dark King. It was the wild beast that protected the Xuanda sect. The wild beast. Uncle Qi and Wang Si were inexplicably shocked. This wild beast was like a pitch-black sea snake. Its mountain-like body soared into the sky and flashed its fangs at Ning Fan. Its eyes were empty. It was obvious that its spiritual intelligence had been completely erased by the token in Lu Xian's hand and it could be controlled at will. The soul control token, the soul control token could control both human souls and beast souls. With this token, even if Lu Xian ordered the sea-suppressing Dark King to die, this beast would not disobey his orders. Ning Fan's eyes suddenly flashed with cold light. 3 breaths had passed. His eyes shone with a profound light. With the help of the heart formation, he could see through all the veins of the grand formation. Destroy. As he moved his legs, all the ice dragons that were coiling around his legs were shattered. As soon as the word was uttered, Ning Fan's baleful qi dyed the heavens red and he stomped on Fu Sheng's body. Rumble. As soon as he stomped on the ground, an unimaginably massive force spread out, giving rise to layers of tearing force that could tear an early divine transformation realm cultivator to shreds. The dignified peak divine transformation realm Fu Sheng ice dragon formation let out a whimper and shattered with a loud bang. Then, the destructive force whizzed past. The entire Fu Sheng island, the foundation of the profound sect, was crushed by Ning Fan's stomp and sank into the sea, breaking the formation with a single step and sinking the island. This Zhou Ming is at the peak divine transformation realm. He must be at the peak divine transformation realm. Lu Xian's heart shuddered and he was filled with regret. If he knew that Ning Fan had such a cultivation base, he would not dare to help the alliance of Ming assassins to deal with Ning Fan even if he dies 10,000 times. He is at the peak divine transformation realm. Who else could be his match besides the 7 venerated beings of the internal sea? Run! I must run! Lu Xian wanted to run away but it was already a little too late. Ning Fan's killing intent had already been triggered. He had given the profound sect a chance but they were stubborn and swore to go against him. As such, it was impossible for Ning Fan to let Lu Xian go like how he lets Watong go. Rumble, Ning Fan threw out a palm strike which carried an aura force that could topple mountains and overturn seas. It landed heavily on the body of the wild beast. The strength of this palm strike was very precise. It severely injured the wild beast but did not kill it. Of course, Ning Fan was showing mercy. Since he had picked up a wild beast for free, how could he not take it? Roar! The wild beast let out a shrill roar. Its hollow eyes were filled with fear. It had only shown such fear once in its life and that was when it was subdued by Reverend Fu Sheng. Fu Sheng, who was a late divine transformation realm expert, gave the wild beast a feeling that it was invincible. Today, however, the impression that Ning Fan gave the wild beast was more than a few times stronger than Fu Sheng. It could instinctively feel that if Ning Fan wanted to, even if it was a mid or late divine transformation realm wild beast, it would still be killed by Ning Fan with a single palm strike. Boom! The body of the wild beast smashed towards the tens of thousands of cultivators of the profound sect. Its massive body swept across the area, directly crushing countless gold core realm cultivators and nascent soul realm cultivators into meat paste. Lu Xian's scalp had already gone numb. While fleeing in a hurry, he turned around and sent out 2 sword shadows. The 2 sword shadows were both low-grade divine transformation realm spiritual treasures. The 2 flying swords were a combination of a male and a female. They were known as the double sword. They were especially powerful. Even ordinary divine transformation realm cultivators would not dare to face the sword light of this sword head-on. Lu Xian did not hope for this sword to injure Ning Fan. He only hoped that this sword could delay Ning Fan for a while. Each of the cultivators of the profound sect saw Ning Fan send the wild beast flying with a single palm strike. After that, they saw their old ancestor abandoning his natal flying sword and running away in a panic. All of them were filled with shock and despair. Lu Xian, the dignified old ancestor of the profound sect, actually did not even have the courage to fight against the great devil Lord Zhou. You can't escape. Ning Fan opened his mouth and swallowed the double sword. Then, he crushed it with a single bite. His sword intent was triggered. Looking at Lu Xian who was fleeing, he pointed out a finger. It was the sword finger technique. It was the first time he used the sword finger technique after condensing his sword intent. After condensing his sword intent, the mountain-shattering finger and the heaven-breaking finger that were originally separated actually showed signs of merging into one. Perhaps, the 10 fingers of the sword finger technique was meant to be executed through the fusion of sword intent. Sky-breaking sword finger. Collapsing vast island rivers and mountains. Second, black sun collapsing firmament. Ning Fan's body was surrounded by sword chi. After he pointed his finger, the sword light spread across 100,000 li. Under the deep sea, the mountains collapsed. Above the heavens, the void shattered. An area of 50,000 kilometers was covered in sword threads, and it was like purgatory on earth, causing it to be impossible to escape. Tens of thousands of Xuanda sect cultivators died in an instant. Fear appeared in Lu Xian's eyes. The power of this heaven-collapsing sword finger was definitely not inferior to a peak-level transcendent spell. You're really, at the peak divine transformation realm. Ah! He let out a blood-curdling screech as he was buried in the sword threads. Not even his bones remained. The moment Lu Xian died, all the soul formation patriarchs of the 10 sects and 3 islands shattered a snow-white jade pendant in their storage pouches. That jade pendant was once a token of friendship between the 13 soul formation cultivators. The shattering of the jade pendant undoubtedly meant that a certain divine transformation realm patriarch had died. Lu Xian is dead. The Outer Sea ancestor is dead. On the Green Jade Immortal Island, an old woman who was reprimanding Su Yao and Su Qiu had an extremely ugly expression. The Xuanda sect has the sacred suppressing ice dragon formation, the ocean suppressing king of hell, and Lu Xian. Who can destroy Xuanda and kill Lu Xian? The old woman's ugly expression did not hide from the other experts of the Green Jade Immortal sect. Su Yao and Su Qiu did not understand why the old woman was panicking. In the main hall, 2 young elites revealed nervous expressions. One of them was a middle nascent soul realm elite from the Ice Soul sect, and the other was a late nascent soul realm elite from the Azure Cloud Sword sect, Luan. These 2 were the most outstanding figures among the 7 Outer Sea sons. However, the 2 of them came here to propose marriage to Su Qiu. Elder Feng, we sincerely propose marriage to Su Qiu Xianzi. No matter which one of us you want to marry, it will be a wonderful thing. Why do you look like you're in a difficult situation? The 2 of them naturally thought that the old woman's ugly expression was because she did not agree to Su Qiu's marriage. If the old woman was an ordinary person, the 2 of them might not give her any face at all. However, this old woman was the divine transformation realm old ancestor of the Green Jade sect, Elder Feng. Even if she did not agree to Su Qiu's marriage, the 2 of them would not dare to resent her. The current Su Qiu had already reached the half-step divine transformation realm after obtaining the inheritance of the fallen divine transformation realm expert of the Green Jade sect. Breaking through to the divine transformation realm was just around the corner. Anyone with a discerning eye would know that Su Qiu's future would be smooth. If any sex prodigy married her, it would undoubtedly bring back a divine transformation realm expert for their sect. Although there were rumors that Su Qiu was Zhou Ming's woman, no one had seen it with their own eyes. Moreover, Su Qiu's virginity was obviously still there. Hence, the rumors were discredited. If Su Qiu was Zhou Ming's woman, with how lustful Zhou Ming was, would he not pluck her? Don't worry, my 2 friends. The reason why I don't look good is not because I don't agree to Su Qiu's marriage. It's just that some other unforeseen events happened. Forget it, we'll talk about this later. I won't believe that that person is dead, Elder Feng shook her head. Her gaze fell on Su Yao and Su Qiu with a solemn expression. Su Qiu, you need to understand that as a righteous cultivator, everything you do must be for the sake of the world's safety. Young Master Lu and Young Master Lu are the top talents of the Outer Endless Sea. Although their cultivation is not as good as yours now, it won't be difficult for them to reach the divine transformation realm after 1,000 years with their natural endowments. If you become Tao companions with either of them, it will be a good story. If you marry Lu Zong, the Green Jade sect will unite with the Ice Spirit sect. If you marry Luan, the Green Jade sect will unite with the Azure Cloud Sword sect. No matter which one it is, it will make the foundation of the Green Jade sect deeper. The death of Elder Shui had shaken the position of the Green Jade sect. Many devil cultivators are coveting our sect, hoping to abduct our women. If you marry one of the 2 young masters, the foundation of the Green Jade sect will be stable. No one will dare to covet our female disciples. Su Qiu, are you willing to marry someone for the safety of our female disciples? Su Qiu's bright eyes showed a struggle. If it was her in the past, she might have agreed. She was willing to adhere to the righteous Tao. However, she didn't know when it started, a figure appeared in her heart that was more important than her Tao. She took a step forward, closed her beautiful eyes and smiled sadly. I'm not willing. Her tone was still the same as before. It was the same as when she rejected Yun Kuang in the land of Great Jin. She was not willing, she was not willing. If Yin Su Qiu was given a choice, she was only willing to marry one person. That person didn't mind her causing trouble. That person didn't care about his own life. He barged into the sea of blood to save her and protect her from harm. Suqiu. How can you be so willful? You really disappoint me. Elder Feng's eyes turned cold. Behind her, an early nascent soul realm girl sneered. If you're not willing, then hand over Elder Shui's magic power inheritance. That girl was the descendant of Elder Feng. Her name was Feng Zhen. It was her who spread the rumor that Suqiu was Zhou Ming's woman, causing Suqiu to not dare to leave the sect easily. It was her who coveted Suqiu's magic power inheritance. In Suqiu, you can choose to destroy your own cultivation, give up on the inheritance, or marry either Lu Zong or Luan. Feng Zhen's words made Su Yao angry. All these years, Sister Suqiu has made countless contributions to our Bai Yao sect. How can you force her to destroy her own cultivation? The inheritance she obtained is special. If she destroys her own cultivation, there's at least a 90% chance that she will die. Feng Zhen, what are you thinking? How dare you? Humph. Do you want to choose two? That's fine. Luan and Lu Zong are two young masters. Only one of them can marry Suqiu. The remaining one will marry you, Su Yao. How's that? In this way, our Bai Yao sect can establish friendly relations with the Ice Soul sect and the Azure Cloud Sword sect at the same time. Feng Zhen revealed a proud expression. She had included Su Yao in her plan from the beginning. After pushing Su Yao and Suqiu away and seizing Suqiu's power inheritance, she, Feng Zhen, would be the next Bai Yao sect master and had the hope of attaining the spirit-severing realm in this life. Her words actually made Elder Feng show a hint of interest. Elder Feng secretly pondered and thought that Feng Zhen's words were really reasonable. Even Su Yao was married. It was really a wonderful thing to establish friendly relations with two great sects at the same time. You. Su Yao was so angry that she had nothing to say. Suddenly, she felt that it was foolish of her to boast about the righteous path and to do her best for the sect. Once there was a conflict of interest, the sect actually sold her out easily. Sister Su Yao, you should leave. This matter started because of me. There's no need to implicate you. In Suqiu's cold eyes swept across Feng Zhen. She would not allow her sisters to be schemed against by Feng Zhen. A trace of disappointment flashed across her eyes. Righteous path, righteous path. If there's no justice to uphold, how can you call yourself righteous path? Is there justice to uphold in this Bai Yao sect? In Suqiu, what's your choice? Feng Zhen smiled and said proudly. I'm willing to destroy my own cultivation. As soon as she said that, everyone was shocked. I don't care about the inheritance. I also don't care about the cultivation. If the righteous path doesn't exist, why should I uphold it? The righteous path in my heart is already left with him alone, isn't it? I won't marry. Even if I have to destroy my own cultivation, I will never betray him. In Suqiu's words were out of Elder Feng's expectation. Forcing In Suqiu to destroy her own cultivation was definitely not her original intention. Suqiu. Why don't you get married? Could it be that you're really that Zhou Ming's woman? Elder Feng said hesitantly. On the other hand, Feng Zhen was secretly proud of herself. Every move of Suqiu was within her calculations. In Suqiu raised her palm and slowly placed it on the top of her head, revealing a sad smile. Even until the end, she stubbornly refused to admit her relationship with Ning Fan. Perhaps with Ning Fan's prestige, even Elder Feng might not dare to touch her. However, In Suqiu did not want to own Ning Fan anymore. She already owed him too much and she could not repay him. I'm not Zhou Ming's woman because a woman like me is not qualified at all. I'll only cause trouble for him. I'll only get him injured. If it wasn't for me, he wouldn't have offended the demon sealing palace and wouldn't have been chased by the alliance established by others. I've let him down. In Suqiu tried not to let her tears flow out of her eyes. If this palm pressed down, her cultivation would be destroyed and there was a 90% chance that she would die. She was not afraid of death and losing her cultivation. She was afraid that she would never be able to see that person again. A scene vaguely appeared in front of her eyes. On that day, Ning Fan had just left the demon sinister Sparrow sect and he was still a harmonious spirit realm cultivator who was in the limelight. As for her, In Suchio, she was the old ancestor of Yu country who was high and mighty. When she looked at Ning Fan, she could not help but smile sweetly. At that time, In Suchio had never thought that one day, the harmonious spirit realm junior would become the most important person in her life. Ning Fan, she muttered to herself, chanting a name that no one could understand. The palm force pressed down. At this moment, outside the Green Jade Immortal Island, the earth trembled and the mountains shook. Outside the main hall, a few Gold Core Realm female cultivators hurriedly rushed into the hall and reported with a pale expression. Elder Feng, something bad has happened. There's a G-Giant carrying an island and driving a wild beast sea serpent towards the Green Jade Immortal Island. If I'm not mistaken. That wild beast is the sect-guarding beast of the Profound Virtue sect, sea-suppressing Nether King. Boom! Elder Feng smashed the few tables beside him with a palm strike and his expression changed greatly. What? Sea-suppressing Nether King? Could it be that Lu Xian is really dead? Could it be that this giant did it? Stop him and activate the Grand Formation. We must not let him enter the Green Jade Immortal Island within 10,000 li. In Suchio's heart suddenly trembled. She felt an aura that she had been yearning for day and night rushing towards the Green Jade Immortal sect. It's him. Chapter 357. The Green Jade Immortal Island suddenly shook the earth and the mountains. Countless cultivators' faces changed greatly at this moment. Even if they didn't go out of the hall, they could feel a strong momentum impact. Countless female cultivators flew up into the sky and looked into the distance. At the place where the sea and the sky met, a purple-armored giant treated the waves as nothing. Wherever it passed, billions of fish would flee in fear. This giant was carrying a huge island on its shoulders. Beside it was the sea snake desolate beast that it had just subdued. The earth-shattering aura caused all the women to be shocked speechless. Looking at the imposing giant, even Luan and Lu Zong, the two heavens' prides, felt awe. Looking at the giant approaching step by step, Elder Feng's heart thumped, and he finally confirmed one thing with his own eyes. The giant's body still reeked of Lu Xian's blood. His murderous aura dyed half the sky red. It can't be wrong. This giant killed Lu Xian, annihilated the Xuanda sect, and seized the sea-suppressing Nether King. This person was absolutely not someone that Elder Feng could fight against. Quickly activate the Jade Fall Shadow Wavering Formation. Elder Feng gave an order, and he almost immediately activated the Island Protection Array to attack the giant. However, as soon as she gave the order, In Suchio waved her hand and stopped the cultivators who were trying to activate the formation. Do not activate the Grand Formation. Suchio ordered. Suchio. This old woman knows that you have a grudge against my Baiyao sect, but now that the sect is in a life and death situation, how can you stop the opening of the Grand Formation for your own personal grudge, and trap my Baiyao sect in danger? Do you know who this giant is? He was the ruthless person who killed Xuanda sect's patriarch Lu Xian. If we don't open the formation, Baiyao will be in danger. Elder Feng's eyes were filled with rage. From her point of view, In Suchio was purely hating the sect and wanted to pick a fight. Her words caused the female cultivators to be even more shocked. Did this giant kill Lu Xian? Destroy Xuanda sect? This matter was simply astounding. After all, Ancestor Lu Xian was one of the 13 ancestors of the Outer Sea. However, Elder Feng was a Soul Formation Grand Master. She was so sure that she would not lie. Many doubtful gazes fell on In Suchio, causing her to laugh at herself. It turned out that in everyone's eyes, He risked his life for Bai Yao's sect, but in the end, he was just a villain. Elder Feng, if you open the formation and attack this person, you'll be bringing trouble to the Bai Yao sect. Suqiu said bluntly. How dare you? How dare you speak rudely to me? Elder Feng's eyes were filled with anger. How dare a mere Yin Suqiu criticize her, a divine severing realm cultivator? Humph. Elder Feng snorted coldly. A strong aura shook Suqiu's body, causing the latter's slightly pale face to become even more haggard. He felt a pain in his chest and a trace of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. He was suppressed by the pressure and was actually unable to make a sound. This was Elder Feng's warning to Yin Suqiu. This action made Yin Suqiu feel despair towards the Bai Yao sect. Is this the righteous path's way of doing things? He wholeheartedly thought for the Bai Yao sect, but was treated like this by Elder Feng. If that's the case, so what if I abandon the righteous path? Open the formation quickly. Elder Feng ordered. Without giving Yin Suqiu any chance to explain, he directly opened the formation's defense and personally controlled the formation to kill the enemy. Rays of formation light turned into a fierce light rain and blasted towards the purple-armored giant. At this moment, the giant had already arrived 1,000 miles away from the Bai Yao Immortal Island and was almost within reach of Suqiu. His gaze swept towards Suqiu. When he saw Suqiu's haggard expression, his eyes immediately turned cold. When he saw the Bai Yao sect's formation light attack, he couldn't help but sneer towards the sky. Interesting. I originally wanted to see my old friend when I passed by the Bai Yao sect, but I didn't expect to see such a scene. Who allowed you to hurt her? Boom! The purple-armored giant blasted a punch. The fist light that was comparable to the 4th level of Jade Life Realm landed on the formation light. In an instant, the formation light shattered and the light rain dispersed. Pfft! Elder Feng spurted out a mouthful of blood. Her mind was fully focused on controlling the formation. Now that the formation was shattered, the backlash that she suffered was definitely not small. Her wrinkled old face was filled with horror. Her aura that suppressed Suqiu collapsed on its own. Who is this person? The strength of his punch actually shattered the high-grade divine transformation realm Jade Falling Shadow formation. The strength of this punch is comparable to the killing blow of a peak divine transformation realm expert. Killing me is as easy as killing an ant. She was shocked by the giant's strength. She was even more shocked by the giant's words. This giant was originally just passing by the Bai Yao Immortal Island. He was originally just here to see his old friend without any evil intentions. However, he was really angry now. The giant's anger was not only because of Elder Feng's formation attack, but also because Elder Feng hurt his old friend. Who is the old friend that the purple-armored giant mentioned? Could it be? Elder Feng looked at Suqiu and was secretly shocked. The giant's divine sense was obviously focused on this woman. Yin Suqiu actually knew such an expert. Does she have such a powerful backer? Suqiu, who is he? Elder Feng no longer had the arrogance from before. Previously, she dared to force Suqiu to get married and dared to suppress Suqiu with her aura. At this moment, she no longer dared to touch Suqiu. I have already told you not to attack him with the grand formation, but you didn't believe me and didn't even give me a chance to explain. Suqiu's tone was cold. She no longer cared about the life and death of the Bai Yao sect. The only thing that warmed her heart was the giant's angry expression. There was only that roar that was filled with killing intent. Who allowed you to hurt her? May I ask? Suqiu Xianzi, who is this giant senior? Lu Zong and Luan looked at each other and smiled bitterly. This giant obviously had a close relationship with Suqiu. Even if they were given 10,000 times more courage, they would not dare to propose marriage to Suqiu. Yin Suqiu did not pay attention to everyone's questions at all. Only when Su Yao became slightly nervous and asked about it, did she pretend to be polite. Sister Suqiu, who is this senior? Su Yao was a little afraid. This giant was too scary. Silly sister, isn't he Zhou Ming that you have been thinking about day and night? Yes, he should be called Zhou Ming now. Yin Suqiu knew Ning Fan's identity and was familiar with his qi. She would not reveal his real name. Her tone was calm and indifferent, but her words struck the hearts of all the cultivators on the island, causing them to feel a wave of shock. This purple-armored giant was actually Zhou Ming. The ruthless person who killed Lu Xian and seized the wild beast was actually Zhou Ming. He is Zhou Ming. He is actually Zhou Ming. Elder Feng was filled with regret. If she knew that the person who came was Zhou Ming, she would not dare to set up a formation to attack him even if she was given 10,000 times more courage. Previously, Yin Suqiu clearly wanted to remind her out of kindness, but she misunderstood her kindness and even hurt her. Stupid. Elder Feng scolded herself for being stupid in her heart. If she knew that Zhou Ming and Yin Suqiu had such a close relationship, she would not dare to touch Yin Suqiu even if she was given 100 million times more courage to provoke Zhou Ming. Not good. With Zhou Ming's fierce personality and his strength that is comparable to a peak spirit-severing realm expert, how could he not kill me after I touched his woman and set up a formation to attack him? Moreover, this devil might instantly flatten the Green Jade Immortal Island and abduct all the female cultivators of the sect. Elder Feng was filled with regret. If the Green Jade Immortal Island is destroyed, the blame must be on her. Plop. Elder Feng, who had always been arrogant, actually clenched her teeth and knelt in the direction of the giant. Please show mercy, revered Ming. The one who hurt Suqiu and set up a formation to kill you are all my doing. It has nothing to do with the Green Jade Immortal Island. Hiss, Lu Zong and Luan were shocked. All the female cultivators on the island were shocked. The 13 spirit-severing realm experts of the external Endless Sea were the strongest experts in the external Endless Sea. Such old ancestors actually knelt and begged for mercy in front of others one day. Other than the 7 venerated beings of the internal sea, who else in the Endless Sea could make a spirit-severing realm expert kneel down? Is this the Zhou Ming who dominated the external Endless Sea and no one dared to provoke him? He could kill Lu Xian with his own hands like cutting grass. He could make the arrogant Elder Feng kneel down and beg for mercy. On Gusu Island, Wang Si and Uncle Qi's admiration for Ning Fan had already reached an extreme level. This harmless young man who stayed in Gusu for 5 months was actually a ruthless person who could make a divine transformation realm old ancestor kneel down and beg for mercy with just his name. Bai Su was dressed in mourning clothes. Her face was still pale, but it did not hide her peerless beauty. Her eyes were filled with slight shock. She had been immortal all her life and never knew that there were immortals in this world. However, after experiencing the great changes in Gusu Island, she saw countless immortals who could fly in the sky and burrow into the ground. Each of these immortals had the strength to flatten Gusu Island. However, such people actually had no power to resist Ning Fan and could only kneel down and beg for mercy. Young Master Zhou is too amazing. Calling him a sword immortal is too low. Su Qiuling's bright eyes carried a trace of curiosity as she looked at Yin Suqiu and Su Yao. With her intelligence, she could tell that these two ladies must have a close relationship with Ning Fan just by looking at the way he took care of them using his spirit sense. She was a half-step divine transformation realm expert and Yin Suqiu was also a half-step divine transformation realm expert. Feeling a curious gaze on her on the island, Yin Suqiu also released her spirit sense and met Su Qiuling's eyes from afar. Is she also Ning Fan's lover? Yin Suqiu let out a faint sigh and guessed inwardly. Ning Fan did such a crazy thing by carrying an entire island with killing intent. Could it be that he wanted to vent his anger for that lady? Ning Fan naturally did not know that the two ladies were paying attention to each other. His gaze swept across the entire Green Jade Immortal Island. Under his intense gaze, none of the female cultivators dared to raise their heads to meet his eyes. Are you the one who hurt Suqiu? Ning Fan's words were a little cold. He could sense that there were 2 injuries on Yin Suchio's body. One of them covered her entire body, but it was not serious. It was left by Elder Feng. The other one was on the top of her head. It seemed to be a bloody palm print. If the palm print was deeper, it could cripple Yin Suchio's cultivation base. Who was so bold to cripple Yin Suchio's cultivation base? Ning Fan's eyes turned cold. His killing intent had already locked onto Elder Feng. In the next moment, he was going to kill her. No. It's not me. Was she the one who wanted to cripple her own cultivation base? Elder Feng pleaded. That's right. It's not her. I made a mistake during my cultivation and almost crippled Concubine Z's cultivation base. It's not a big deal. Yin Suchio's eyes flickered, but she did not tell the truth. You're not telling the truth. This is not an injury caused by a mistake during cultivation. If you don't tell the truth, I will kill you and search your soul in the Green Jade Immortal Island. Then, everything will be clear. Ning Fan's eyes turned cold. He never showed mercy when he killed people, especially to his enemies. Why you are not allowed to kill anyone in the Green Jade Immortal Island? I am the vice sect master of this sect and Sister Su Yao is the sect master. I will tell the truth. Yin Suchio's expression was nervous. She knew that Ning Fan was a real devil lord. He would never show mercy to his enemies. After he calmed himself down, he told her about the marriage proposal in a simplified manner. However, he concealed everything about the coercion of Elder Feng and Feng Zhen as well as his longing for Ning Fan. Even so, with Ning Fan's intelligence, he could also guess that Elder Feng and Feng Zhen must have humiliated Yin Suchio to the extreme by forcing her to cripple her own cultivation base. Su Qiuling looked at Yin Suchio and sighed softly. This woman's infatuation with Ning Fan is not any weaker than mine. In order to not marry anyone other than Ning Fan, she was willing to cripple her own cultivation base. This is a woman who is very stubborn towards her feelings. Ning Fan did not say much. He just glanced at Yin Suchio and remained silent. This woman was still as stubborn as before. However, what she insisted on was no longer the so-called righteous path. What she insisted on and what she would not regret even if she dies had become Ning Fan. You don't have to be like this. It's not wrong for you to insist on the righteous path. My righteous path is you. Yin Suchio smiled sweetly. Her smile was the most beautiful. However, ever since she came to the Green Jade Immortal Island, she had never smiled. Today, she finally smiled again. I'm going to Yingzhou to settle some matters. I will come to the Green Jade Immortal sect again. Before that, you are not allowed to harm yourself anymore. Ning Fan still used a manly tone and ordered. This order, however, made Yin Suchio's heart feel warm. Are you going to Yingzhou to fight against the Ming Assassin Alliance? I will also go and help you, there's no need for that. They are just a motley crew. That's all. You stay in the Green Jade Immortal sect. The overall situation of the sect still needs you and Bai Yao to control it. Elder Feng. Ning Fan's gaze fell on Elder Feng again. He was not a broad-minded person. I heard that your Green Jade Immortal sect has a secret technique that can pass your cultivation base to your disciples. I will give you a chance to live. Pass your cultivation base to Yin Suchio. Ning Fan swept across Elder Feng's sea of consciousness domineeringly with his spirit sense, intending to plant a demon seal. Elder Feng's expression turned bitter, but she did not dare to resist. She could only let Ning Fan plant the demon seal. Resistance would mean death. If Elder Feng dies, Ning Fan would not only kill her alone. He would eliminate her entire clan and root out the weeds. He had such a fierce character. Because of this, his fierce reputation made people not dare to go against him. As soon as they heard that Ning Fan actually forced Elder Feng to destroy her own cultivation base and pass the inheritance to Yin Suchio, countless cultivators' expressions changed greatly. However, no one dared to question him. Scary. This Zhou Ming is too scary. With just a sentence, he could force a divine transformation realm cultivator to destroy his own cultivation base. Lu Zong and Luan felt as if they were sitting on pins and needles. Both of them actually proposed marriage to Yin Suqiu. They did not know if Zhou Ming would kill them like how he killed Zhao Zijing. Fortunately, Ning Fan did not pay attention to these two small fries at all. He glanced at Luo Sen and saw him fleeing far away again. He could not delay any longer in this place. Suqiu, Feng Zhen is arrogant and despotic. You should know how to deal with her, right? If you don't know, I will do it for you. No. I know how to deal with her. Yin Suqiu rolled her eyes at Ning Fan in annoyance. Feng Zhen was the most hateful person who stirred up trouble. She offended her superiors and blasphemed the sect master. According to the sect rules, she would have to destroy her cultivation base and imprison her in the cold pond in the sect forever. This would be how Suqiu would deal with her. If she was handed over to Ning Fan, he would definitely forcefully keep her as a human cauldron and defile her 100 times or even 1,000 times. Yin Suqiu did not like Ning Fan to do it with other women. It would be good for Ning Fan to have one less human cauldron. She was no longer the Yin Suqiu in the past. After all these years of experience, she had found the right path in her heart. Ning Fan was the right path for her. Hurry up and go. Don't delay important matters for a little lady like me. Yin Suqiu urged. I have already planted a restriction on Elder Feng. She won't dare to disobey you until she destroys her own cultivation base. As for this sea-suppressing Dark King, I will leave it for you to protect yourself. Ning Fan flicked his finger and a pitch-black token fell into Yin Suqiu's palm. With this token, she could control the sea beasts at will and guard the sect. After that, Ning Fan did not stay any longer. He carried the island and stepped on the waves, heading eastward towards the Ying Island. It's not far away. In another hour, he would arrive at the Ying Island. Ning Fan knew that there would be a bloody battle there. However, he would not be afraid of it. Even if the 7 venerated beings of the internal sea gathered together, no one would be able to stop him. Holding the pitch-black token in her hand, Yin Suqiu felt that she could actually control the gigantic wild beast at will with this token. She had a complicated feeling in her heart. I owe you another favor. I can't repay it, silly sister. Zhou Ming doesn't have the intention to let you repay him at all. With your relationship with him, do you still need to care about some favors? Su Yao looked at Yin Suqiu enviously. Ning Fan's anger was only released for Yin Suqiu. She, Su Yao, was just slightly affected by it. That's right. We have been Dao companions for a long time. Yin Suqiu's face turned red as she recalled the past. On that day, she held hands with Ning Fan in Great Jin. On that day, she sincerely regarded Ning Fan as her only Dao companion. Even if it is to become his helper, I have to run the Bai Yao sect well. Feng Zhen must be dealt with. After Elder Feng's cultivation is abolished, it will be inherited by big sister Su Yao. In this way, us sisters can all reach the divine transformation realm in the future and take charge of the Bai Yao sect. With this sect guarding Desolate Beast, if he is in trouble, I will certainly be able to help him a lot. Right now, I'm too weak. If I want to help him, I need to be at least at the soul formation stage. Yin Suqiu's Dao heart became firmer. She could faintly feel that today's events had loosened the bottleneck of the half-step soul formation realm. The soul formation realm is not far away. I'm a soul formation realm cultivator, not because I want to be peerless. I just want to walk side by side with you. Luo Sen was filled with cold sweat. He had been fleeing all the way and purposely chose the route where there were forces. He tried to stop Ning Fan's pursuit with each and every powerful force. However, he did not expect that wherever Ning Fan went, as long as there was resistance, it would either result in the destruction of the island or the destruction of the sect. The Xuanda sect was easily annihilated. The Bai Yao sect was subdued with just a word. Damn it. If I knew that Zhou Ming is so powerful, I wouldn't have provoked him even if Zigu gave me 1 billion more immortal jade. Forget it. It's too late to regret. Now, I can only escape to Yingzhou and use the name of the demon sealing sect to protect myself. I don't believe it. No matter how powerful you are, can you be stronger than the venerated demon of the demon sealing sect? Do you think you are the 8th venerated being of the internal endless sea? The 8th venerated being of the internal endless sea is a pretty good title. Chapter 358. Luosen had never thought that a mid-divine transformation realm cultivator like him would have to run for his life like a stray dog. When Luosen arrived at Yingzhou Immortal Island, the patrolling cultivators were stunned. Did they see wrongly? As one of the top 50 experts on the Internal Sea Devil Appraisal Board, Luosen actually lost his composure and was running for his life. Lord Luosen, what exactly happened? There's no time to explain. Quickly activate the island's protective array. Luosen landed on Yingzhou Immortal Island and heaved a sigh of relief as he kept the woman in the sack. Great, I've finally made it back. I'll go look for Zigu and the others to discuss a solution. Yingzhou Immortal Island was an island for sword cultivators. There were 10 sects and 3 islands. The 10 sects were sects while the 3 islands were rogue cultivator forces. Penglai Immortal Island might have the Lost World Palace, but the cultivators on the island were in a state of disunity. Compared to Penglai Immortal Island, Yingzhou Immortal Island had a unique advantage. Penglai Immortal Island was formed from the corpse of a giant sea turtle ferocious beast. Yingzhou Immortal Island, on the other hand, was formed from a giant sword treasure of the ancient cultivators. This sword treasure was not as famous as the 4 heaven-suppressing swords. Due to the passage of time, it had lost all of its power and was now a fossil. However, since this island was formed from a sword, it possessed a unique sword spiritual chi that could be used for sword cultivators to cultivate. Although the sword spiritual chi was not even 1/10 of the sword island in the internal sea, it still attracted countless rogue cultivators to join the island. When Zigu convinced the Yingzhou Island Lord to establish the Ming Assassin Alliance, he gave an order that all rogue cultivators who did not join the alliance would be expelled from the island. Many rogue cultivators had no choice but to join the alliance in order to continue cultivating. The sword spiritual chi was a unique advantage of Yingzhou Immortal Island. It could easily gather a force for its own use. It was not something that Penglai Immortal Island could imitate. The island was rich in a special kind of swordwood tree. Its wood was even harder than many precious spiritual ores. There were a total of 4,700 sword peaks on the island. Rumor had it that every peak once condensed the sword chi of a nascent soul realm sword cultivator. 4,700 sword peaks pierced through the sky. Each sword peak was like a formation eye, forming a peerless sword formation at the peak of the transcendent level. Its name was the East Profound Sword Formation. It was created by the Abode Island Master, Dong Xuanzi. Dong Xuanzi was also a sword cultivator. In other words, most of those who were willing to join the Ming Assassin Alliance were sword cultivators. Surrounded by 4,700 sword peaks, a majestic sword palace towered majestically. In the sword palace, 16 soul formation cultivators were seated. 16 semi-god realm warriors gathered together. Such a scene was rare even in the internal ocean. The leader was a blind old man. His face was ferocious and he held a golden sword in both of his hands. He was Dong Xuanzi, an early-stage soul formation cultivator. There were 3 people sitting below him. They were all divine transformation realm cultivators of the demon sealing hall. 2 of them were in the mid-divine transformation realm. The remaining early-stage soul formation cultivator was Purple Goo. After them were the semi-god realm cultivators from other forces. Some of them were at the early stage, and some were at the middle stage. They were all cultivators of the internal ocean. These cultivators of the internal endless sea were usually arrogant and looked down on any semi-god realm cultivator from the external endless sea. Even Zhou Ming, who had dominated the external endless sea, was just average in their eyes. Hiring so many soul formation cultivators to assassinate Zhou Ming seemed to be an unnecessary move. As a matter of fact, everyone understood that Zigu created this Ming assassination alliance on the surface to avenge his personal grudge and kill Ning Fan. In reality, he was taking the opportunity to establish a force and represent the demon sealing temple in controlling the outer endless sea. Didn't the giant demon clan make the Pleasure Demon Island their subordinate? Fine, the demon sealing sect will build a Ingzhou Island and a dozen soul formation cultivators to completely control the outer ocean. In order to win over the hearts of the people, Purple Goo used the two words assassin as the name of the alliance. Assassinate Ming, assassinate Zhou Ming. Zhou Ming had enemies everywhere in the outer endless sea. Presumably, by spreading this name, he would be able to win people's hearts and make use of them. However, Zigu did not expect that only a few third-rate forces in the outer sea would be willing to join the alliance even though they had announced their intention to kill Zhou Ming. Some of the stronger powers didn't dare to take revenge on Zhou Ming. That was because the stronger the cultivator, the more they knew how terrifying Zhou Ming's name was. Helpless, purple venomous insect could only change its strategy and use benefits to entice many factions to join. Among them, Xianda Island was enticed to join. Thus, in essence, Zigu did not care about Zhou Ming at all, killing Zhou Ming was just an excuse. However, Zhou Ming really came back. Zigu had never thought that Zhou Ming would return to the outer endless sea after disappearing for 20 years and break through to the soul formation stage. Thinking about Zhou Ming's ruthless character, he would definitely find trouble with the alliance of Ming assassins. Zigu decided to go all out and send Wang Kuan, Yu Gu and Luo Sen to the Pleasure Devil Island to assassinate him. At the same time, he warned the three of them that they could kill anyone but not on Pleasure Demon Island. After all, Pleasure Demon Island was a force of the giant demon clan. With Zigu's status, he didn't dare to offend the giant demon clan. Fellow Daoist Zigu, you actually sent 3 mid-divine transformation realm fellow Daoists to assassinate Emir Zhou Ming. This doesn't seem appropriate. Dong Xuanzi frowned and said. Emir Zhou Ming. Fellow Daoist Dong Xian should not underestimate Zhou Ming. You didn't see with your own eyes how powerful that Zhou Ming was back then. He was only at the late nascent soul stage, but he destroyed the Black Buddha sect Xie Guang with one finger on the Pleasure Devil Island. Now that Zhou Ming has broken through to the soul formation stage, his battle prowess will definitely increase again. I'm afraid that ordinary early soul formation cultivators won't be his match. Daoist Purple Goo's eyes turned solemn. He had never underestimated Ning Fan. However, his words immediately caused a cold sneer from one of the early-stage soul formation cultivators. So what if he killed Xie Guang? Xie Guang was just the weakest divine transformation realm cultivator. If that Zhou Ming had the combat power of a half-step divine transformation realm expert, it wouldn't be surprising for him to kill the careless Xie Guang with a sneak attack. You should know that the divine transformation realm isn't the same as the nascent soul realm. Every cultivation realm is difficult to surpass. Even if Zhou Ming cultivates for another 100 years, he won't be a match for a mid-divine transformation realm expert as long as he hasn't broken through to the mid-divine transformation realm. The words of this expert made the other old monsters nod in agreement. However, it made a monk in black robes dissatisfied. That monk was obviously a Buddhist cultivator. However, his body was shrouded in devil chi. His body was bony and he carried a black sword on his back. Surprisingly, his cultivation base was at the mid-divine transformation realm. Humph. No matter how weak Xie Guang is, he is still a member of my Black Buddha sect. Those who hurt him deserve to die. This monk was actually the sect master of the Black Buddha sect, the sword monk Xie Gu, who was at the mid-divine transformation realm. As soon as he spoke, the early divine transformation realm cultivator who mocked Xie Guang immediately shut his mouth. He, everyone, please don't quarrel. The establishment of the alliance of Ming assassins is all thanks to your help. We, the demon sealing sect, will remember this kindness. There are 17 peak 5th revolution will severing pills here. Once Luo Sen, Lu Xian and the other 2 Taoists return, I will distribute these pills to all of you. Seeing that the atmosphere was a little quiet, Xie Gu chuckled. He stood up and snapped his fingers. Immediately, 2 purple-robed girls carried a wooden box and walked into the hall. The 2 girls were not living beings. They were formed by 17,000 purple devouring goo insects. Including Luo Sen, Lu Xian and the other 2, the alliance had a total of 20 divine transformation realm cultivators. Apart from Xie Gu and the other 3 from the demon sealing sect, the rest of the experts were recruited by Xie Gu. The price he promised was 1 will severing pill for each early divine transformation realm cultivator. Not only could the mid-divine transformation realm cultivator be proud of their will severing pill, but they could also get an additional 100 million immortal jade. The will severing pill was a good item. It was a pill that the demon sealing sect collected from some ruins. There were only 17 of them. The effect of this pill was to improve a cultivator's sword intent. There was also a small chance that it could help a cultivator condense sword consciousness and sword thought. However, the recipe of this pill had been lost since ancient times. It was already not easy for these pills to be preserved. If the demon sealing sect had any sword cultivators, Xie Gu would definitely not use these pills to recruit people. Will severing pill. All the old monsters were sword cultivators. They were naturally very passionate about this pill. There were a total of 17 divine transformation realm sword cultivators in the alliance. However, only 5 of them had condensed sword intent. Sword cultivators who had not condensed sword intent could use this pill to condense sword intent. Sword cultivators who had condensed sword intent could use this pill to improve their sword intent. There was even a small chance that they could condense sword consciousness and sword thought. With such a pill as a lure, it was no wonder that this group of experts would join a mere force in the outer endless sea. Each of the old monsters had a fiery look in their eyes as they looked at the wooden box that contained the elixirs. Wisps of pill fragrance floated out of the wooden box. Just by smelling it, everyone felt that their sword Dao cultivation level had improved a lot. Once Wang Kuan, Luo Sen, Yu Gu and Lu Xian returned, they would divide the pills. At this moment, the sword peak of the Ying province Immortal Island suddenly trembled. Sword chi spread out. It was obviously because the Eastern Profound Sword Formation was activated. Why is the sword formation activated? Each of the divine transformation realm old monsters looked at Dong Xuanzi doubtfully. However, even he was puzzled. Before he could go out of the Sword Palace to investigate, a figure who looked a little disheveled walked into the Sword Palace. It was Senator Luo Sen's fat body, which was like a mountain, was covered with wounds. Obviously, he was injured by Ning Fan's pursuit. Most of his sparse hair was cut off by Ning Fan's sword chi. His hair was disheveled and his face was dirty. How did fellow Taoist Luo end up like this? Who hurt you? Where are fellow Taoist Wang and fellow Taoist Yu? And fellow Taoist Lu Xian? I can't contact him using the sound-transmitting flying sword either. Do you know where he is? Dong Xuanzi was stunned. He immediately rose to his feet and found it hard to sit still. Seeing Luo Sen in such a disheveled state, Dong Xuanzi naturally realized that Luo Sen had encountered quite a big trouble. Thus, he asked a series of questions. Even though he had a lot of questions, none of them asked whether the mission was completed or not. In Dong Xuanzi's opinion, if 3 mid-divine transformation realm experts joined hands to assassinate Zhou Ming, the 3 of them might as well find a piece of tofu and kill themselves. It's hard to explain in a few words. It's hard to explain everything with just a glance. I was the one who lured Zhou Ming here. I was also the one who opened the Grand Formation. Luo Sen did not know how to explain. Oh. Fellow Taoist Luo didn't kill Zhou Ming but lured him here instead. That's not a bad idea. I heard that Zhou Ming has quite a lot of secret techniques. If we can capture him alive and force him to reveal his secret techniques, it will be a wonderful thing. Dong Xuanzi nodded his head. He did not expect that Luo Sen was being pursued here. As soon as they heard that Zhou Ming was coming, each of the old monsters was either excited or sneered. As for the black monk Shegu, he directly stood up with his sword in hand and patted Luo Sen's shoulder with a grateful expression. Thank you, fellow Taoist Luo. Why are you thanking me? Luo Sen's thoughts were complicated. He thought to himself, I've lured a malefic star to you guys and you guys are still thanking me. Are you guys crazy? Fellow Taoist Luo deliberately lured Zhou Ming here so that I can kill him. I have a grudge against Zhou Ming since a long time ago. No one is allowed to compete with me for his head. Shegu's killing intent was chilling. In his mind, killing Ning Fan was just a small matter. He was not Xie Guang. He was a mid-divine transformation realm cultivator who had condensed his sword intent. Why would he be afraid of a mere divine transformation realm cultivator? Since you've lured Zhou Ming here, why did you activate the Grand Formation? Are you trying to keep him outside the formation? Where are fellow Taoists Wang Kuan, Yu Gu and Lu Xian now? Zi Gu frowned. He felt a little uneasy. They're dead. They're all dead. Luo Sen's eyes were filled with a hint of fear. Dead? Who's dead? Each of the divine transformation realm old monsters was dumbfounded by Luo Sen's words. Isn't this just luring Zhou Ming into the immortal abode? Who's dead? Zhou Ming is dead. Why is Luo Sen speaking incoherently? Just as everyone was asking questions, the loud sound of crashing waves gradually resounded from afar. In the beginning, the sound was still far away. However, after a few breaths, it had already arrived outside the immortal abode island. All of a sudden, a bloody baleful chi enshrouded the entire immortal abode island. It was as if a heavy punch had landed on the formation light. After an earth-shattering bang, the immortal abode island shook violently. Even a few of the sword peaks on the island had collapsed due to the force of the punch. The 17 divine transformation realm cultivators at the scene became restless at this moment. Under that baleful chi, even a mid-divine transformation realm expert was as insignificant as a lone boat. As for the outside world, the exclamations of millions of cultivators had already resounded. The 17 divine transformation realm cultivators immediately flew out of the sword palace. All of them were in disbelief. They saw a 3,000 zhang tall giant clad in purple armor. He was carrying the island on his shoulder with one hand and clenching his other hand into a fist. He was bombarding the formation light of the Eastern Profound Sword Formation with every punch. The force of each of his punches was terrifying to the extreme. Every time his punch landed, more than 10 sword peaks would collapse. This purple-armored giant's baleful chi was terrifying. No one knew how many divine transformation realm cultivators he had killed in his lifetime. This purple-armored giant's body was tainted with 3 new baleful chi. The auras of these 3 baleful chi belonged to Wang Kuan, Yu Gu, and Lu Xian. Who is this person? He killed 3 divine transformation realm cultivators. 2 of them were mid-divine transformation realm cultivators. Who is this person? The force of each of his punches is not something ordinary divine transformation realm cultivators like us can withstand. Who is this person? Shocked gazes landed on Luo. Senator Luosen chuckled bitterly. I just said that I lured Zhou Ming here. As soon as he said that, the other 16 divine transformation realm cultivators, including Zi Gu, were all terrified. What? He's Zhou Ming. This 3,000 zhang tall purple armored giant is Zhou Ming. This is definitely not a body formed by an illusion technique. My god, Zhou Ming is not some early divine transformation realm cultivator. He's obviously at the peak divine transformation realm. Luo Sun. How dare you lure such a murderer to Immortal Abode Island? Are you trying to get us killed? Furious roars were directed at Luo Senator Dong Xuanzi, who was disdainful of Zhou Ming earlier, was now dumbfounded. Xie Gu, who was quick to kill Zhou Ming just now, was holding his black sword with trembling hands. Buildings that looked like huge swords collapsed under the bombardment of Ning Fan's punches. Each of the low-grade cultivators of the Alliance of Ming Assassins was directly turned into meat paste by the aftershock of his punches. Asterisk bang. 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 Asterisk even though these divine transformation realm cultivators had been tempered in the sea of blood for their entire lives, they had never seen such a crazy scene. The giant who was carrying the island on his shoulder carried a towering baleful chi and a belly full of rage. It was as if he was going to sink the island. Zigu felt his scalp go numb. He gradually recognized the chi of the giant. It was indeed Ning Fan. However, he did not expect that Ning Fan, who was just a late nascent soul realm cultivator 20 years ago, would actually become so strong 20 years later. According to Zigu's investigation on Ning Fan, he would not show such a crazy expression if Luo Sen and the others had not done something to enrage him. Even if he were to kill people and seize their treasures, Ning Fan would still be indifferent under normal circumstances. Luo Sen. What have you done? You've angered this malignant star. Zigu was the one who established the Alliance of Ming Assassins, but he still blamed Luo Sen for it. Damn it. How would I know what this Zhou Ming is up to? I've just massacred an entire mortal island. Before Luo Sen could finish his words, he was interrupted by a sky-piercing sword intent. The purple-armored giant's eyes were filled with killing intent. Around his body, an unparalleled sword intent soared into the sky. Under the ferocious sword intent, the 5 sword intent cultivators, including Nefarious Gu, felt their souls tremble at the same time. The 4,700 sword mountains on the Yingzhou Immortal Island began to shake in fear. What a strong sword intent! It can't be wrong. This is, the, immortal trapping sword intent. Ignoring the fear of the Alliance of Ming Assassins, Ning Fan only had one thought in his mind, to flatten the Yingzhou Immortal Island. The victims of Gusu Island needed a reason. If I die, all of you will live. If I live, all of you will die. Ning Fan's cold voice set off a storm of killing intent. Unless Ning Fan dies today, the Yingzhou Immortal Island would certainly be completely annihilated. From today onwards, who would still dare to assassinate me? Chapter 359. I die, you live. If I don't die, don't even think about leaving Yingzhou alive. Ning Fan put down Gusu Island on his shoulder and slowly got out of his giant form. He patted his storage bag and took out 25 puppets. Each of them had at least the energy of a soul formation cultivator. Of the 10 black vipers, only 8 were left. 17 were gifted by Dong Su. As for the 3 void refinement realm puppets that Yuan Yao gave him, they were refined from the corpses of realm beasts. She did not take them out to prevent others from seeing through them and getting into unnecessary trouble. The moment the 25 puppets appeared, the 17 soul formation cultivators in the Yingzhou formation were terrified. So many puppets, and all of them are at the deity transformation stage. This Zhou Ming is a madman. He actually killed so many experts and refined them into puppets. No wonder this person's murderous aura is so strong. He's actually a fiend who kills divine transformation realm cultivators like ants. Among the 17 divine transformation realm cultivators in the Ying Island, the highest cultivation base was only at the mid-divine transformation realm. It was already difficult for them to recognize the divine transformation realm's spiritual puppets. None of them knew that the highest cultivation base of those spiritual puppets had already reached the half-step void refinement realm. Moreover, these puppets used a secret technique to conceal their aura. No one could see through their specific cultivation level, unless they were the 7 venerable ones of the internal endless sea. However, even if they could not see through the power of these spiritual puppets, just knowing that Ning Fan possessed 25 divine transformation realm spiritual puppets was no different from a grievous news to the cultivators of Yingzhou. This Zhou Ming actually had 25 soul formation puppets. How could he afford to offend Zhou Ming? Zhou Ming's strength alone was more profound than the entire Ming Assassins alliance. Damn, Zhou Ming actually has so many soul formation puppets. He's not human. But why did he place the puppet on the island? Could it be that he didn't plan to borrow the strength of the puppet when he came to Yingzhou to cause trouble? Luo Sen's eyes flashed. From Ning Fan's actions, he could guess that there must be some people in Gusu City who were extremely important to Ning Fan. That was why he left behind countless spiritual puppets to protect Gusu City from the battle. If they could kill their way into Gusu City and capture the people whom Ning Fan valued, they might be able to counter him. However, even though Lawson knew about this strategy, he did not dare to barge into Gusu. Once they got close to Gusu, they would be surrounded and killed by 25 soul formation cultivators. What do we do now? Dong Xuanzi was at a loss of what to do. Although he was a divine transformation realm patriarch, he was only an early-stage divine transformation realm cultivator after all. In such a large-scale battle, he was nothing. What else can we do? It was too late to say anything now. He could still protect himself by hiding in Yingzhou. Once he leaves the Dongxian sword formation, he'll definitely be surrounded and beaten to death by those puppets. If I'm not wrong, there might even be late-stage soul formation puppets among them. Zigu's eyes widened. If he knew that Ning Fan had such capabilities, he would certainly not have created the Ming Assassin Alliance and brought disaster upon himself. However, it was all over now. With Zigu's understanding of Ning Fan would not show any mercy to his enemies when he was enraged. Begging for mercy and whatnot. One begged, one died. That's right. We must not leave the Dongxian sword formation. Each of the divine transformation realm old monsters immediately chimed in. Their determination to kill Ning Fan was nowhere to be seen. All right. There are still 1 billion celestial jades in the alliance. Everyone here also has a lot of celestial jades. Take them out. Although the Dongxian sword formation was strong, it consumed immortal jade the most. After all, it was a peak-level formation. But even if it consumes more immortal jade, we can still gather 2 billion immortal jade, which is enough to keep the grand formation running for several years. I don't believe that Zhou Ming would besiege Yingzhou for several years just for a mortal country. That's right. If we can hide here for several years, we can certainly wait for the reinforcements from the demon sealing sect. Once venerated demon comes out from his seclusion, with his half-step void refinement realm strength, killing Zhou Ming will be as easy as killing a dog. Look, that Zhou Ming has exited his giant form. The ability to turn his body into a giant form consumes a lot of stamina. I'm afraid he doesn't even have the strength to lift his sword now. The discussions of the divine transformation realm old monsters were heard by the other cultivators of the alliance. Each of the cultivators of the alliance sighed. The biggest mistake they had made in their lives was to join the Ming Assassin Alliance and get involved in this mess. 17 dignified divine transformation realm cultivators were frightened by Ning Fan and hid in the formation, not daring to come out. Each of these divine transformation realm cultivators was an overlord of a region. However, in front of Ning Fan, they did not even dare to breathe loudly. Ming Assassin Alliance. Ming my ass. It would be better to change it to Ming Fear Alliance. Ning Fan's gaze swept across Yingzhou. His spirit sense spread across 50,000 li. When he saw that the motley crew of the alliance were so frightened that they did not dare to come out, the disdain in his eyes became even stronger. Weak. Too weak. These cultivators were worthless divine transformation realm cultivators. In Ning Fan's eyes, they were not even comparable to the 5-peak nascent soul realm cultivators who detonated their primordial spirits to protect Gusu Island. They were not comparable to that old scholar who was fearless even in the face of death. They were not comparable to that dissolute and rich man. They did not have faith and they did not have the determination to die 100 times. Looking at these unsightly divine transformation realm cultivators, only 2 words appeared in Ning Fan's mind. Ants. Ning Fan exited his giant form not because he did not have enough stamina but because it was unnecessary. To ordinary people, turning their body into a giant form could greatly increase their strength. To Ning Fan, turning his body into a giant form was just to carry the island. His strongest form was not the giant form but the mortal form. He closed his eyes as if he had forgotten all of his anger. When he opened his eyes again, his eyes were filled with sword intent. Ning Fan seemed to have turned into an ancient sword that hung in the sky. He touched his glabella and the Separation Slayer sword appeared in his hand. With a shake of the sword light, a ray of sword light that could tear apart the wind and clouds collided with the formation light. Immediately, it was repelled by thousands of layers of sword light. The turtle shell is quite hard, Ning Fan frowned. This eastern profound sword formation that protected Yingzhou had 4,700 sword peaks. It was not far from becoming a void-grade grand formation. As for the tens of sword peaks that were destroyed by his fist light, they were being rebuilt through the consumption of immortal jade. Judging from this, it would take at least a few years to break this formation by wearing it down. Purple technique, wind mist. Ning Fan's long sword trembled. Purple-gold sandstorm emerged from the sword. Based on his experience in breaking formations, this purple-gold sandstorm could even make a hole in an immortal void realm grand formation. Thus, it naturally would not care about a mere peak divine transformation realm grand formation. Amidst the sizzling sounds of erosion, a hole was instantly worn out. At the next moment, Ning Fan took a step forward and entered the formation light of the Eastern Profound Sword Formation. The 17 divine transformation realm cultivators of Yingzhou who were slightly relieved just now were really scared out of their wits. They could not understand what kind of technique Ning Fan had just used. All they saw was a flash of purple-gold sandstorm and the dignified Eastern Profound Sword Formation that was at the peak divine transformation realm actually had an opening. It's impossible. This is absolutely impossible. Not good. We can't let him get close to us. 1,000,000 cultivators, quickly get into formation and kill Zhou Ming. Zigu's heart skipped a beat. The pressure that Ning Fan gave him when he entered the formation was too heavy. Without any hesitation, the 17 divine transformation realm cultivators turned into rays of light and retreated to the back of the 1,000,000 cultivators. The 1,000,000 cultivators hastily got into formation. As soon as the human formation was formed, they immediately swung their swords at the sky. 1,000,000 rays of sword light whizzed out like a rain of swords. Ear-piercing sword chimes resounded throughout Yingzhou. At the moment when the 1,000,000 cultivators attacked together, heaven and earth were shrouded by sword light. One of the sword light was perhaps only equivalent to the attack of a harmonious spirit realm or gold core realm cultivator. However, even a late divine transformation realm cultivator might not dare to face 1,000,000 harmonious spirit realm or gold core realm sword light head-on. I'm Dong Xuanzi. Zhou Ming, you shouldn't have entered the sword formation. Dong Xuanzi revealed a hideous smile. His initial shock was no longer there. What was left was only a smug look. The Eastern Profound Sword Formation was known as a sword formation. Naturally, it was not only used for external defense. The most powerful aspect of a sword formation was not its defense but its ability to kill enemies within the formation. As Dong Xuanzi waved his sleeves, 4,700 nascent soul realm sword light circled around his body. Each of them was equivalent to a full-force attack of a nascent soul realm sword cultivator. As Dong Xuanzi's hand seals changed, be it the 1,000,000 sword light or the 4,700 sword light, all of them gathered in his hand and turned into a dazzling green light sword. He held it in his hand. Even though the light sword had the shape of a sword, it was not a real entity. Instead, it was condensed from sword chi. It was 7 feet long and 3 inches wide, just like a ray of green moonlight. This sword was equivalent to the full-force attack of 1,000,000 harmonious spirit realm and gold core realm cultivators, 4,700 nascent soul realm cultivators and Dong Xuanzi. Holding the light sword, Dong Xuanzi felt that his physical body was about to collapse. The sword light was too strong. Suddenly, an illusion rose in Dong Xuanzi's mind. With this sword, even if he was an early divine transformation realm cultivator, he could still kill a peak divine transformation realm cultivator. What a strong sword chi! Dong Xuanzi, I didn't expect you to have such a technique. Kill him. Each of the divine transformation realm cultivators' eyes were filled with excitement. After all, this was Dong Xuanzi's territory. It was not surprising that he knew how to condense 10,000 swords into one. Zhou Ming. Do you dare to fight me? Dong Xuanzi's eyes were filled with madness. Such an arrogant tone made him sound as if he had become a peak divine transformation realm expert. Ning Fan's eyes were filled with disdain. Even though this sword chi was strong, it still depended on who is using it. Just like the void refinement realm sword chi that Zichuan displayed, it was still broken by Ning Fan. Dong Xuanzi's Tao of sword might be slightly stronger than Zichuan's, but he had yet to condense his sword intent. In the eyes of Ning Fan, who had already condensed his sword intent, that ray of sword light was full of flaws. As Dong Xuanzi struck out with his sword, that ray of sword light was like a green thunderbolt. It instantly arrived at Ning Fan's chest. When it was 1,000 zhang away from Ning Fan, it divided into 10 parts and then 100 parts. Then, it turned into 1,000,000 sword light again. Ning Fan's expression changed. Even though Dong Xuanzi's Tao of sword was weak, this technique of condensing and shattering the sword was extraordinary. After condensing and shattering the sword light, there were still 1,000,000 rays of sword light. However, the power of the 1,000,000 rays of sword light had become even. It was just like how each of the wooden planks that made up a wooden barrel was filled up by the height of the wooden planks. Their shortcomings were filled up by the length of the planks. Naturally, their power would also be greatly increased. Outside Yingzhou Island, many cultivators had followed Ning Fan to this place. However, they were left far behind by Ning Fan. Only 3 divine transformation realm old monsters managed to reach the outskirts of Yingzhou. One of them was Suotong of the Purple Charm sect, the second was Dong Su and the third was Yun Niansu. Naturally, Suotong had followed Ning Fan all the way to this place. As for Dong Su, he had rushed to this place at an unbelievable speed after hearing about what happened in Yingzhou. As for Yun Niansu, after he left Gusu City on that day, he had headed all the way to the east, preparing to meet up with the people from the Rain Palace in the Internal Sea. Coincidentally, he saw Ning Fan attacking Yingzhou. Dong Su's eyes were profound. He was the one with the highest cultivation base among the 3 of them. He could tell how powerful Dong Xuanzi's sword attack was with just a single glance. Yun Niansu's knowledge was extraordinary. Given his identity as a heavenly pride of the Rain Palace, he had seen many void refinement realm sword cultivators. This sword attack was certainly not something that anyone below the void refinement realm could withstand. Suotong's eyes flashed with surprise. Even though he had witnessed Ning Fan's strength before, his sword light was not weak either. For a moment, he could not tell who was the winner. When he looked at the 25 spiritual puppets on Gusu Island again, his back was drenched in cold sweat. He felt that it was really wise of him not to completely offend Ning Fan in the past. I didn't expect Dong Xuanzi to have such a technique. 1,000,000 sword rays and the Eastern Profound Sword Formation. When these attacks are stacked together, who else would be able to withstand it other than the 7 venerated beings of the eternal endless sea? However, judging from revered Ming's calm expression, I don't think he has any other techniques to resist it, right? Just as his voice faded away, he saw Ning Fan put away his separation slayer sword. One of his fingers formed a claw and clawed at the ground of the island. His other hand changed into a sword art and pointed at the millions of sword lights in front of him. This stance was none other than the heaven-breaking sword finger that made him famous. During the auction, Zhuo Tong did not see Ning Fan kill Xie Guang with his own eyes. However, he had also heard rumors about it. Ning Fan, who was a late nascent soul realm cultivator, had instantly killed Xie Guang with this heaven-breaking finger. This finger was indeed powerful, but there was a limit to how powerful it could be. The reason why Ning Fan was able to kill Xie Guang instantly was because the latter was too weak and he had underestimated his opponent. Even though Ning Fan had broken through to the divine transformation realm today and he was different from the past, Zhuo Tong did not think that his finger could withstand the millions of sword lights. On the other hand, Ning Fan's soul extraction technique shocked Zhuo Tong. After extracting his soul, Ning Fan's magic power had completely risen to the peak divine transformation realm. Venerated Ming is indeed a peak divine transformation realm expert. However, venerated Ming will be at a disadvantage if he uses his finger to block the millions of sword lights. Above the heavens and below the earth, everything was filled with sword lights. Looking at the sky full of sword lights, Zhuo Tong shook his head without saying a word. In his heart, he was almost certain that Ning Fan would not be able to withstand a single sword attack from Dong Xuanzi. Ning Fan was unaware of all these. He was just thinking about the heaven-breaking sword finger over and over again and comprehending more and more things. The 5 months of comprehending the sword in Gusu City and the experience he gained from killing his way to Yingzhou had all turned into insights. He slowly closed his eyes. The sword light on the tip of his finger became even more dazzling. Sword intent flashed in his eyes. It was as if he had comprehended the true meaning of this finger. The sword finger had 10 finger incantations. In the past, Ning Fan thought that the 10 finger incantations were unrelated to each other. He arbitrarily classified the mountain-shattering finger as an attack of the nascent soul level, and the sky-shattering finger as an attack of the deity transformation level, but this was wrong. In Fu Xinghai, Ning Fan understood that the sword fingers needed to be fused. However, at that time, he still thought that the fusion of the 10 fingers sword art required the use of all 10 fingers. This is wrong. The 10-finger sword finger was a unique skill that was fused together. He suddenly opened his eyes and muttered an incantation. The sword light suddenly shot out from the tip of his finger and turned into tens of thousands of collapsing sword lights that could crush mountains and rivers. I got it. This is the true meaning of the 10 sword fingers. Collapsing the vast mountains and rivers. 2nd, black sun collapsing firmament. 3 collapsing void death bones. Tomb of the fourfold collapse emperor's shadow. 5 collapses imprisoning the heavenly immortal path. 6 yin-yang talisman lives. 7 ruptures true Tao mystic technique. 8 disintegrations world. 9 collapses fate arising, thought extinguishing. 10 will collapse return to nirvana. 10 fingers were supposed to be united. That kind of unity wasn't just 2 sword fingers. Instead, it was the fusion of the profound meaning of 2 different sword fingers. Heaven-shattering sword finger, first collapse and second collapse. After the mountains and rivers collapsed, the tens of thousands of sword lights suddenly trembled and turned into 1 million pitch-black sword shadows. At this moment, the vast sky collapsed one after another. At the same time, there were 1 million sword chi. However, each of them was a few times stronger than Dong Xuanzi's sword chi. The heaven-shattering sword finger with the second collapse could kill a half-step void refinement realm expert. Boom! After the sword chi storm, Ning Fan remained unmoved. His body was surrounded by sword chi. As for Dong Xuanzi, he was sent flying backwards while spurting out blood. His immortal veins had already been destroyed. The 1,000,000 sword qi that he condensed from the power of 1,000,000 cultivators collapsed one after another. This is absolutely impossible. Even the 7 venerated beings of the internal sea might not be able to withstand this attack of yours. What kind of sword technique is this? Ning Fan's eyes flashed with joy. This was the true profound meaning of the heaven-shattering sword finger. In the past, he definitely could not comprehend the second collapse of the finger. However, after condensing the sword intent, he managed to do it. Chapter 360. What a powerful sword finger. If it was merely the first wave of the finger sword, this old man would still be able to receive it unscathed. However, after the second wave, under the 1,000,000 sword qis, even this old man would find it extremely difficult to receive it. Dong Su's eyes trembled violently. Ever since Ning Fan returned to the external endless sea, he could tell that Ning Fan's strength had improved tremendously in just 20 years. However, Dong Su had never thought that the current Ning Fan would be strong enough to injure a half-step void refinement realm expert with just a finger. What especially shocked Dong Su was Ning Fan's 25 divine transformation realm spiritual puppets. Among this batch of puppets, 17 were given by Dong Su, but 8 were not given by Dong Su. As for the other 8 spiritual puppets, it was obvious that Ning Fan already had them. The strongest among them was even at the half-step void refinement realm. Even a Dong Su realm being would not dare to underestimate it. It's only been 20 years, and this kid has actually become so powerful. If the alliance of Ming assassins hadn't angered him, he wouldn't have revealed his true strength. Nobody would know that he's already on par with the 7 venerables of the internal endless sea. After this battle, he will definitely become the 8th supreme being in the internal sea. Dong Su was shocked, and the others turned pale with fright. Swatong felt a chill down his spine when he saw Ning Fan's finger. He was even more afraid of offending Ning Fan. A sense of defeat rose in Yun Niansu's heart. This was the second time he felt that he was no match for Ning Fan. The first time was when he was defeated by Ning Fan's state of mind. The second time was when she was subdued by the strength of Ning Fan's sword finger. Yun Niansu sighed emotionally. If it wasn't for the fact that he was a low-grade 5th revolution pill master, perhaps he would no longer have the confidence to raise his head in front of Ning Fan. However, what Yun Niansu did not know was that even his pill refinement technique was inferior to Ning Fan's. Dong Xuanzi's immortal veins were all shattered and his cultivation base was nearly crippled by Ning Fan's finger. Landing heavily on the ground, Dong Xuanzi coughed out blood incessantly. Too strong. The strength of Ning Fan's single finger forcefully broke the combined attack of the 1,000,000 cultivators of the Alliance, the Dong Xian sword formation and Dong Xuanzi. The 1,000,000 Alliance cultivators suffered quite a bit due to the sword qi being broken. The 4,700 sword mountains on the immortal abode island began to tremble violently. Ning Fan landed in Yingzhou. His eyes that were as sharp as a sword swept across the place coldly. Under his gaze, a few low-grade cultivators had their guts pierced through by his sharp gaze, causing them to be scared to death. When his gaze became extremely sharp, Ning Fan's sword sense swept across the area. A drop of thick ink fell on the immortal island of Ying province and turned into 10,000 black swords. As Ning Fan's sword sense spread out, each of the ink-black swords were like pitch-black lightning bolts, sweeping across the 4 directions with sharp cries. I, Zhou, am here. If you want to assassinate me, feel free to fight me with your sword. Qi. As soon as he finished speaking, the black sword intent swept out in all directions. All the Alliance cultivators who were caught in the sword intent let out miserable screams as they were minced into meat paste. With a single thought, 10,000 cultivators lost their lives. With a sweep of 10 thoughts, 100,000 cultivators lost their lives. With a sweep of 100 thoughts, there were only a few thousand cultivators who could survive the sword thoughts. These thousands of cultivators were either nascent soul realm cultivators or late or peak gold core realm cultivators who had secret techniques to protect themselves. They had used all their strength to survive Ning Fan's sword sense. However, even if they did not die, most of them were severely injured. They were even more terrified of Ning Fan's spirit sense killing technique. Sword sense. Devil Lord Zhou Ming is actually proficient in the technique of sword sense. The technique of sword sense is best at killing people in a large area. If 1,000,000 cultivators were to stand in formation, they might not necessarily be afraid of the sword sense. However, this Devil Lord Zhou just happened to shatter the millions of sword lights and disrupted their formation. Once the formation is broken, no matter how many low-grade cultivators there are, they will just be slaughtered by the sword sense. Each of the surviving alliance cultivators had a twisted expression of fear. A few breaths ago, the immortal abode island was still filled with cultivators. After a few breaths, 1,000,000 cultivators were slaughtered by Ning Fan alone. Rumble, Ning Fan took a step forward. The ground and mountains on the island shook with his tremendous force. The baleful chi around his body was terrifying. Just the baleful chi alone was enough to disturb a divine transformation realm cultivator's mind. His eyes were as cold as ice and there was endless sword chi swirling around his body. Zigu, Luosen, Xiegu, and the other divine transformation realm cultivators were scared stiff when they saw Ning Fan's ferocious baleful chi. Fellow Taoist Dong Xian, quickly activate the sword formation. We must escape from the island. They were afraid. They wanted to run away. However, their words only made Dong Xuanzi sigh in despair and cough out blood again. I can't activate it. I can't activate it. Once the Eastern Profound Sword formation is activated, it will take at least 7 days to shut it down unless I use a secret technique to close it. It was not easy to form a sword into a formation, and it was even harder to escape by dispersing it. Once the formation is shut down forcefully, we will definitely be devoured by the sword formation. Those who enter the formation will be killed by the sword formation indiscriminately. My immortal veins were shattered by that Zhou Ming's finger. Right now, I can't use any of my magic power. I can't use the secret technique to shut down the formation. We can only fight Zhou Ming to the death. Within 7 days, we definitely won't have a chance to escape from Ing Island. What? Each of the divine transformation realm cultivators had the urge to curse. Shutting down the Eastern Profound Sword formation actually has so many restrictions. Doesn't this mean that the Eastern Profound Grand Formation did not stop Ning Fan from entering the island at all? Moreover, it did not kill Ning Fan at all. It did not help at all. Instead, it helped the evildoer and trapped the divine transformation realm cultivators in Ing Island. Eastern Profound. Since you can't shut down the Grand Formation, why did you activate it to trap us in Ing Island and let Zhou Ming hunt us down? What are your intentions? Bullshit. How would I know that Zhou Ming would be able to enter the formation without breaking it? How would I know that my immortal veins would be shattered by that man's finger and I wouldn't be able to use the secret technique to shut the formation? How would I know that we would be trapped in Ing Island until we die? I still want to ask you, Luo-sen, what are your intentions? Why did you lure Zhou Ming to Ing Island? Are you trying to kill us all? Dong Xuanzi could not explain himself. The others began to argue with each other. Who would have thought that Ning Fan would easily enter the formation with a wind mist finger and force the divine transformation realm cultivators into a dead end? Shut up. What's the point of arguing? Now that things have come to this, we no longer have any way to escape or the chance to beg for mercy from Zhou Ming. Fortunately, Zhou Ming only entered the formation alone. He did not bring any of his spiritual puppets with him. If we fight him to the death, we might still be able to kill him. If you don't have the heart to fight him to the death, just wait to be defeated by Zhou Ming. Taoist Purple Goo spoke in a clear voice. His words calmed everyone down. Now that things had come to this, there was no way to escape. Sitting still and waiting for death would only lead to death. What's the point of holding someone accountable? After all, excluding Dong Xuanzi, they still had 16 Divine Transformation Realm cultivators and thousands of Gold Core Realm and Nascent Soul Realm cultivators on their side. If they fight Ning Fan to the death, they might still have a chance of survival. Fight. The dispute only lasted for a few breaths. During this period of time, Ning Fan held his sword and moved forward, passing through the encirclement of thousands of Gold Core Realm and Nascent Soul Realm cultivators. His footsteps were steady and his sword light was well controlled. Every time he swung his sword, the flesh and blood of tens of people would fly everywhere. Fresh blood dyed his white robes red. With Ning Fan as the center, corpses began to pile up in a circle. Ning Fan's eyes flashed with cold light. The cultivators of the alliance were begging for mercy and risking their lives. He did not care. The reason he came here was to destroy the alliance. Even if both sides fight to the death, it was just a battle to the death. What was there to be afraid of? Every time he took a step forward, countless cultivators of the alliance would retreat in fear and widen the distance between them. His back purposely revealed an opening. A few reckless Nascent Soul Realm cultivators wanted to sneak an attack from his back, but they were stopped by their companions. Brother! Don't act recklessly. He's Zhou Ming. What's the use of sneak attacks on him? Once we get close to him, we will certainly be killed by him. One of the Nascent Soul Realm cultivators did not believe him. He unsheathed his sword and thrust it forward. However, just as his sword light was about 3 chi away, Ning Fan suddenly turned around. His cold eyes were like a peerless ferocious beast. Just a look from him actually made that Nascent Soul Realm cultivator so terrified that he could not move. This scene was just like a mortal scholar who saw a tiger or leopard in the deep mountains and was paralyzed with fear. We can't drag this any longer. These juniors can't stop Zhou Ming. We can only rely on ourselves. Dong Xuanzi struggled to get up and ignited his primordial spirit. He swore to fight Ning Fan to the death at the cost of damaging himself. The other 16 Divine Transformation Realm cultivators also ignited their primordial spirits. All of them were ready to risk their lives. Yun Niansu's heart was filled with astonishment. In the Rain World, how many people could force 17 Divine Transformation Realm cultivators to ignite their primordial spirits with their own strength? In Yun Niansu's eyes, the current Ning Fan was like the Rain Palace's Sword Devil. That Rain Palace's Sword Devil was also a man with a sword. He walked alone in the midst of thousands of troops. Every time he swung his sword, someone would definitely die. That Rain Palace's Sword Devil had once fought against one of the 3 sovereigns of the Sword World and won with a single sword strike. That Rain Palace's Sword Devil ran amok in the Rain World. No sect dared to refuse him when he asked for something from them. White-robed sword god, Yun Tianjue. This Zhou Ming's spirit really resembles that person. Yun Tianjue dared to break the heavens with a sword in his hand. This Zhou Ming would definitely not lose to Yun Tianjue in the future. Yun Niansu had only met Ning Fan twice and it was just a one-sided friendship. Ning Fan had never met Yun Niansu before. After meeting Ning Fan twice, Yun Niansu made up his mind to befriend Ning Fan after he massacred the entire Yang continent. He wanted to widen his eyes and see how much more shock this outstanding young man named Zhou Ming could give him. Kill. With Dong Xuanzi taking the lead, the other 3 early Divine Transformation Realm sword cultivators raised their swords and turned into 3 rays of sword light. Their bodies and swords became one and they pierced towards Ning Fan at lightning speed. Other than Dong Xuanzi, the other 2 were famous sword cultivators in the Eternal Endless Sea, the E-Sword Twin Devils of the Tai E-Sword sect. After burning their primordial spirits, the 3 of them attacked with all their might. The combined power of their attacks was not much weaker than a late Divine Transformation Realm cultivator's attack. However, before their swords could get close to Ning Fan moved his separation slayer sword. His sword light was so shocking that it shattered their natal flying swords. All of them coughed out blood and were sent flying away. When Ning Fan's sword light struck again, the physical bodies of the three of them were completely destroyed. Their primordial spirits were sealed and kept away by Ning Fan. Inside his storage pouch, there were already 3 divine transformation realm primordial spirits, Lu Xian, Wang Kun and Yu Gu. Including the 3 of them, he had already seized 6 primordial spirits. A motley crew dares to assassinate me. Roar! Ning Fan raised his head and roared into the sky. His roar turned into rays of sword waves. The hundreds of cultivators who were closest to him were directly killed by the sword waves. His eyes were filled with murderous intent. In his eyes, the encirclement of 3 semi-god realm cultivators was like child's play. The remaining 14 semi-god realm cultivators were still in shock. This time, no one dared to gang up on Ning Fan anymore. Surprisingly, all 14 of them attacked at the same time, displaying their strongest sword light. Of the 14 soul formation sword rays, 10 were at the early stage and 4 were at the middle stage. The joint attack of the 14 of them could even injure a peak divine transformation realm expert. However, in Ning Fan's eyes, the 14 rays of sword light were completely useless other than provoking his fury. Your sword light is mediocre, yet you dare to bully mortals. Ridiculous. Heart-drawing sword. Ning Fan's sword shone with profound light. His sword was so fast that it left no shadow and drew 14 semicircles. The sword intent around Ning Fan's body rose to its peak when the 14 sword attacks were launched consecutively. At the same time, the 14 semi-god realm cultivators felt their hearts being slashed by the sword. This great sense of crisis made for mid-divine transformation realm cultivators at the scene use their sword chi to protect their hearts. Only then were they able to withstand the sword attack from heart-drawing sword. As for the remaining 10 of them, their hearts were crushed and they were sent flying while coughing out blood. Their sword light was destroyed on its own. Puff, the joint attack of the 14 of them caused 4 of them to retreat while 10 of them coughed out blood. Yun Niansu's eyes were filled with shock. If he was not mistaken, Ning Fan's sword attack was clearly the secret sword technique of the divine sovereign of the sword world. Chapter 361. Despite the joint attack of the 14 divine transformation realm experts, 4 of them were defeated while 10 of them coughed out blood. Among the 10 divine transformation realm experts who coughed out blood, Daoist Purple Gu was one of them. Even though he had the advantage of having more people to share the burden of the sword power, he was still severely injured after his heart was crushed by Ning Fan's sword. Luo Sen and the other 3 mid-divine transformation realm experts used their sword chi to protect their hearts. That was why they were not injured. Even so, they were still defeated. Ning Fan continued to point his finger. The vast island, mountains and rivers, the vast sky and the dark sun all crumbled again. The first collapse and the second collapse. As soon as he pointed his finger, millions of sword light swept across all directions. Thousands of gold core realm experts and nascent soul realm experts died under his finger. Among the 14 divine transformation realm experts, 6 of them died tragically. Their primordial spirits and storage pouches were seized by Ning Fan. Among the 6 who died tragically, Luo Sen, who was a mid-divine transformation realm expert, was one of them. Spare me. Luo Sen's physical body collapsed, leaving only his primordial spirit. Together with the primordial spirits of the other 5 divine transformation realm experts, they were captured by Ning Fan's palm and their cultivation bases were sealed. Terrifying. Too terrifying. This Ning Fan was not just powerful. He was simply invincible. When his primordial spirit was captured by Ning Fan, Luo Sen trembled in fear. All he knew was to beg for mercy. However, how would Ning Fan feel the slightest bit of pity for his pleading? It's Luo Sen who single-handedly massacred Gusu city. He deserves to die. Ning Fan's eyes were indifferent. He flicked his sleeves and the primordial spirits of the 12 divine transformation realm experts were turned into threads by Ning Fan's sword intent. Then, he pierced through their shoulder blades, restrained their magic power and kept them in his sleeves. When the sword intent pierced through their primordial spirits, Luo Sen and the others felt an unbearable pain that penetrated their souls. Even with their ruthless nature as divine transformation realm devil cultivators, they could not help but cry out in pain. The remaining 8 divine transformation realm experts, including Purple Goo, were filled with despair. 17 divine transformation realm experts and 1 million cultivators of the alliance besieged Ning Fan. In the end, only 8 of them were left. Divine transformation realm old ancestors who were considered as rare even in the Rain world were now pierced through by Ning Fan's sword intent. They were extremely humiliated. A warrior prefers death to humiliation. Xia Gu's teeth were chattering as he pointed his black sword at Ning Fan. However, those with discerning eyes could see that he was trembling. They knew that this dignified old ancestor of the Black Buddha sect was actually extremely afraid of Ning Fan. Fiendish demon. He had single-handedly created the Ying Island, killed millions of cultivators of the alliance like ants and captured divine transformation realm cultivators like child's play. If he had known that Ning Fan was such a devil, Xia Gu would definitely not be willing to seek his own death and become enemies with him. Unfortunately, it was all too late. He had the intention to kill Ning Fan. This path of death was his own choice. But he was unwilling. Along the way, he had burned, killed, and plundered. Only then did he manage to cultivate to the mid-divine transformation realm and establish the massive Black Buddha sect. Xia Gu was unwilling to be humiliated by Ning Fan. Why? Your strength is clearly comparable to the 7 venerables of the internal endless sea. Why did you attack us ordinary semi-god realm cultivators? Zhou Ming, give us a reason. The evil bone let out an unwilling roar. However, its roar only made Ning Fan smile coldly. Reason? When the alliance massacred Gusu, they gave Gusu a reason to do so. When he came to Yingzhou, when the alliance was still powerful, why didn't they tell him the reason? Why did they just open the formation to kill him? Are you afraid? Are you trying to reason with me? How could there be such a good thing in the world? Reason? Can this be used as a reason? Ning Fan took out a gunny sack from Luo Sen's storage pouch. The sack was filled with women. Before it was opened, it gave off a strong fragrance of cosmetics. Inside the sack were 10,000 women that Luo Sen had abducted from Gusu. This is the reason why he wants to kill us. We were hunted down by Zhou Ming because Luo Sen abducted some mortal women. The 8 divine transformation realm experts were stunned. Even Yun Niansu and Zhou Tong felt puzzled. The lives of mortals were as cheap as ants. If they died, they died. If they were snatched, they were snatched. What's there to be angry about? Xia Gu was so angry that his teeth were chattering. He was a dignified mid-divine transformation realm cultivator, but because of those lowly mortals who were like pigs and dogs, he was hunted down by Ning Fan until he was neither a human nor a ghost. What kind of reason are mortals? What kind of reason are mortals? Xia Gu was not the only one. The other divine transformation realm experts also roared in dissatisfaction. At this moment, Ning Fan's heart was as hard as stone. How could he show mercy to his enemies? Well said. What kind of reason are mortals? I don't need a reason to kill. 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 Under the stimulation of the killing intent, his state of mind completely broke through to the early void refinement realm. It was not without reason that he wanted to kill them. However, if he had a clear conscience, why would he need to explain himself to anyone even if he had to face the scolding of the entire world? However, if his obsession did not change, Ning Fan would only have one kind of courage even if he had to face the alliance of millions of people. Even if there are millions of people, I will still go forward. Ning Fan took a step forward. His eyes were like a cold sword. The 8 divine transformation realm experts were shocked. They actually fled in 8 different directions of the Yingzhou Immortal Island. They had already given up their last resistance. It was not that they did not dare to risk their lives. It was just that the joint attack of the 14 of them was broken by Ning Fan with a single move. Now, there were only 8 of them left. How could they win? Even though the Yingzhou Immortal Island was sealed by the Eastern Profound Sword Formation and they could neither enter nor leave, the 8 of them were already frightened by Ning Fan. They could only flee for a moment. The Yingzhou Immortal Island was now a sea of blood. The Lingxiu Immortal Abode that was nourished by the sword spiritual qi in the past was long gone. Stepping on the sea of blood and bones, Ning Fan's cold eyes swept across the place. His eyes were filled with mockery as he looked at the 8 people who were fleeing in different directions. A pair of fully purple wings stretched out behind his shoulders. Under the sunlight, they shone like crystals. Ning Fan's purple wings flapped and approached one of the 8 escaping divine transformation realm experts at an unimaginable speed. Fast. Too fast. His speed could even be ranked first among the 7 venerated beings of the internal sea. He was one of the 2 mid-divine transformation realm experts of the demon sealing sect. He was also the 2nd elder of the sect. At this moment, he had another identity. He was the first person who was being chased by Ning Fan's purple wings. He ignited his primordial spirit and flew with all his might. He had already fled tens of thousands of li away. However, Ning Fan just flapped his purple wings and caught up to him. He raised his sword and the starlight sword shadow of the Separation Slayer sword drew a perfect arc in the sky. Impossible. How can your speed be faster than that of a venerated demon? Ah! He let out a miserable shriek and was killed. The primordial spirit that was pierced by the sword thread was one more person. Ning Fan took a step forward. This time, he was chasing after the great elder of the demon sealing sect, Han Wei, who was at the mid-divine transformation realm. Han Wei was running for his life. All of a sudden, a trace of purple smoke appeared in front of him and captured Gu He in an instant. Han Wei's heart skipped a beat. A feeling of extreme danger filled his heart. Without waiting for Ning Fan to take action, Han Wei bit the tip of his tongue without hesitation and changed his demon form. It was actually a 10,000 zhang tall white tiger demon form. He was born in the demon sealing sect. Naturally, he was a member of the demon race and he cultivated the bloodline of the white tiger. Even though the bloodline was extremely thin, it was still considered as one of the true spirits. However, just as his demon form was formed, the purple star in Ning Fan's left eye flashed. The might of his ancestral bloodline merged with his sword light and he slashed at Han Wei. Before Han Wei could react, his demon body was crushed into minced meat. His demon soul was captured by Ning Fan, pierced through his shoulder blades and was tied to the sword thread. There are still 6 people left. Ning Fan's gaze fell upon Xie Gu. All of a sudden, Xie Gu, who had fled more than 10,000 li, felt a chill down his spine. An extremely uneasy feeling rose in his heart. A few breaths later, a trace of purple smoke suddenly appeared in front of him. His body and sword merged into one. In a flash, his figure penetrated Xie Gu's body along with the sword light. Puff! Xie Gu spurted out a mouthful of blood. At the next moment, his entire body was crushed into minced meat. There was one more primordial spirit on the sword thread. In just 10 breaths, only 5 of the 8 divine transformation realm cultivators were left. Moreover, the 3 that were killed were all mid-divine transformation realm cultivators. The remaining 5 were just early divine transformation realm cultivators. How could they have the strength to resist Ning Fan? I'm going all out against you. I don't believe that you dare to kill me. I don't believe that you dare to offend the demon-venerated realm. Zigu seemed to have gone mad. Together with the other 4 early divine transformation realm cultivators, they all rushed towards Ning Fan without any regard for their lives. They actually had the intention to self-destruct. They were afraid of death. However, at this moment, they were finally driven mad by Ning Fan's terrifying aura force. Zigu laughed maniacally with a twisted expression. That's right. He was not Ning Fan's match at all. However, he did not believe that Ning Fan would dare to kill him. I don't believe it. I don't believe it. I don't believe that you dare to offend the demon-venerated realm. Offend the master of my demon-sealing sect. Is that so? Ning Fan took a step forward and condensed his great force for 9 consecutive steps. Each of his steps caused the sword peak of the Eastern Profound Sword Formation to crumble. After the 9th step, his great force turned into a sword. The sword light was like a rainbow, sweeping towards Zigu and the others. Ah! 5 miserable cries resounded at the same time. The 9 divisions of Heaven Trampling sect were completely annihilated by Ning Fan. Ning Fan flicked his sleeve and 5 more primordial spirits appeared on the sword silk. In this battle, he managed to capture 20 primordial spirits of the Alliance. They were the perfect food for his spiritual puppets. His white robes had completely turned into a blood-red robe. His traveling light flashed continuously, collecting all the treasures in the Immortal Island sect and all the immortal jades in the formation eyes of the 4,700 sword peaks. After that, he took a step forward. The strength of that step was completely comparable to the strength of a cultivator at the 4th level of the Jade Life realm. Amidst the rumbling sounds, the Immortal Island sect crumbled one after another, turning into broken rocks that fell into the sea. The 4,700 sword peaks crumbled and turned into 4,700 traces of nascent soul realm sword chi. Ning Fan opened his mouth and sucked all of them into his sword consciousness, turning them into nourishment to strengthen his sea of consciousness. At this moment, all the cultivators of the Immortal Island sect were dead. None of the members of the Alliance of Ming Assassins survived. Suotong and Yun Niansu were overwhelmed with shock. Even old ancestor Dong Su's eyes were filled with astonishment. Zhou Ming's great force has been formed. He is now invincible in the Endless Sea. That was old ancestor Dong Su's evaluation of Ning Fan. Zigu was in despair. His primordial spirit had been invaded by Ning Fan and was pierced by the sword silk. Even though he was sure that Ning Fan would not dare to kill him, his cultivation base was declining rapidly as his injuries worsened. Let me go. If you don't want to be hunted down by the demon venerable, quickly let me go and follow me to the demon sealing palace in the internal sea to apologize. Hunted down by the demon venerable? You said that I will be hunted down by Lu Jifen. Would he dare to do that? Ning Fan sneered. Who is he? He is the ferocious devil of the external endless sea, Zhou Ming. He is the ferocious general of the Luo Yun continent, Liu Bei. He is an existence who slaughters the entire star sea, sweeps the wolves and makes Lu Jifen tremble in fear. Would Lu Jifen dare to provoke him? Zhou Ming. Are you afraid? You must be extremely afraid of the demon venerable. I have once devoured a type of shadow-descending venomous insect and comprehended an innate ability called shadow-descending primordial spirit. By sacrificing my cultivation base and lifespan, I can summon the primordial spirit of the demon venerable. If you have the guts, ask me to summon the primordial spirit of the demon venerable. I don't believe that you won't be scared shitless when you see the demon venerables. The purple goo had probably burned its primordial spirit and turned its brain muddled. He was captured by Ning Fan and used as nourishment for the puppet. Even though he was about to die, he still had the audacity to threaten Ning Fan. Ning Fan's eyes flashed with a cold light, but he sneered again. Is there such a secret technique? Very good. It couldn't be better if you could summon Lu Jiefan. I'm waiting for him to give me an explanation. Ning Fan's words made the 20 captured Divine Transformation Realm cultivators, including Zigu, feel their hearts skip a beat. They knew that something was wrong. They were captured by Ning Fan and their bodies were pierced by the sword threads. Their last hope of survival was to hope that Ning Fan would not dare to kill them because he was afraid of the venerated demon lord. However, everyone could clearly hear a message from Ning Fan's tone. Not only was Ning Fan not afraid of venerated demon, but venerated demon was even afraid of Ning Fan. Is this even possible? Nonsense. Lord Demon Venerable is one of the 7 venerables of the internal sea, why would he need to give you any explanation? Who do you think you are? The 8th venerable of the internal endless sea. Zigu did not believe it. He did not believe it. As for Ning Fan, he did not want to talk to him at all. He directly removed a trace of the seal on Zigu's cultivation base, giving him enough magic power to display the primordial spirit supporting one secret technique. If you can't summon a trace of Lu Jiefan's primordial spirit within 3 breaths, you will die. Good. Zhou Ming, you asked for this yourself. You can't blame me for this. Zigu's eyes flashed with a sinister smile. His palm-sized primordial spirit formed a hand seal, as if he was displaying some kind of bloodline secret technique. As soon as he displayed this secret technique, his cultivation base dropped rapidly. In an instant, he was only left with the cultivation base of the late nascent soul realm. His appearance also aged rapidly. In just an instant, he had lost 500 years of his lifespan. The price of this innate secret technique was extremely high. However, in terms of its profoundness, it was truly unimaginable. He could summon a trace of the venerated demon lord's primordial spirit from the internal endless sea to the external endless sea from a distance of 10 billion li. Whoosh, a purple flame swept across heaven and earth. That purple flame slowly condensed into an illusory middle-aged man in purple robes. His face was pale as if he had yet to recover from his injuries. However, his eyes were as sharp as an eagle's. His aura force had even reached the half-step void refinement realm. As soon as the purple-robed cultivator appeared, an immense pressure appeared in Dong Su's heart. Swatong and Yun Niansu's expressions changed greatly and they exclaimed in shock. This purple-robed middle-aged man is the palace master of the demon sealing sect. Lu Jiefan was furious. He was attacked by the realm beast during his trip to the Star Palace. He barely managed to escape with his life, but his injuries were so severe that it was hard for him to recover. Thus, as soon as he returned to the internal endless sea, he immediately went into seclusion to heal his injuries. He did not even have the time to care about the mundane affairs of the demon sealing sect. Therefore, Lu Jiefan did not know about the existence of the Ming Assassin Alliance. He also did not know that his subordinates had offended the person whom Lu Jiefan did not want to offend the most, Ning Fan. Sensing the thin spiritual qi in the sea breeze, Lu Jiefan immediately knew that he was currently in the external endless sea. The reason why the illusory figure of his primordial spirit came to this place must be because of Zigu. Lu Jiefan had once told Zigu not to use the shadow descending technique to get him out of the stone chamber unless the demon sealing sect was in a life-and-death situation. To Lu Jiefan, there was nothing more important than healing his injuries. Zigu! Get out here! Where are you hiding? Why did you let the illusory figure of your primordial spirit come to the external endless sea? What happened? Lu Jiefan's displeased eyes swept across the place. At the next moment, he saw Ning Fan who was standing in the sky not far away. His heart immediately thumped. Zigu was being pierced by Ning Fan's sword silk and captured in his hand. Looking at Ning Fan's ice-cold eyes, Lu Jiefan's mind raced rapidly, thinking about all the possible scenarios that could have happened. After half a breath's time, he came to a conclusion: Zigu had offended Ning Fan. Zigu was captured. That's why he asked me to help him find trouble with Ning Fan. Fuck. This group of useless fellows. Of all the people they shouldn't offend, why did they offend Ning Fan? Is Ning Fan someone that I, Lu Jiefan, can fight against? Seeing Lu Jiefan's arrival, Dong Su narrowed his eyes. Even though the illusory figure of this primordial spirit projection technique descended, the illusory figure had the same strength as the true body. Fortunately, this illusory figure could only descend for the time it takes for an incense stick to burn. Dong Su made up his mind to help Ning Fan fight against Lu Jiefan at any time. As one of the 7 venerated beings of the internal sea, Dong Su had dealt with Lu Jiefan countless times. He knew that this person was extremely shrewd and had extraordinary strength. Even Dong Su did not think that Ning Fan could defeat Lu Jiefan. At most, Ning Fan could only ensure that he would not be defeated. In Dong Su's eyes, Ning Fan had just gone through a bloody battle. His magic power and physical strength should be lacking. How could he be Lu Jiefan's opponent? As soon as Daoist Zigu saw his old ancestor descending, he immediately revealed a look of ecstasy. Venerated demon, save us. Demon race, quickly kill Zhou Ming and avenge us. Avenge your mother. Lu Jiefan, a supreme being of the Fan clan, actually cursed. Zigu was stunned. Gu He and Han Wei were stunned. The other divine transformation realm experts were also stunned. Wasn't Lu Jiefan the savior that everyone was waiting for? Why did he scold us instead of Ning Fan? A moment later, something that Zigu and the others would never believe even if they were to die happened. Lu Jiefan's expression was complicated. He looked at Ning Fan whose eyes were filled with a hint of fear. Who was Ning Fan? Even if Lu Jiefan was in his peak state, he would not be a match for Ning Fan alone. Not to mention that Lu Jiefan was currently severely injured and Ning Fan still had the help of 2 half-step void refinement realm spiritual puppets. How would Lu Jiefan dare to provoke Ning Fan at this moment? In other words, the person in the endless sea that he did not want to provoke the most was Ning Fan. Lu, no, revered Ming, please forgive me. Lu Jiefan was careless and didn't know how this subordinate provoked venerated Ming. If you want to kill or torture these people, I will listen to venerated Ming's orders. Hiss. The savior of Zigu and the others, the dignified supreme being of the internal sea, Lu Jiefan, was actually begging for mercy from Ning Fan. Shock appeared in Dong Su's eyes. Was the Lu Jiefan in front of him really the arrogant master of the demon sealing temple that Dong Shu knew? This arrogant old monster was actually begging for mercy from a junior? It seemed like it was not the first time Lu Jiefan and Ning Fan had met. What exactly did Ning Fan do in the past 20 years that even Lu Jiefan was terrified of him? Su Qiuling's beautiful eyes flickered. This was the man that she fancied. In front of him, the 7 venerated beings of the internal sea were like fireflies compared to the bright moon. They were not even worth mentioning. You're tuning into the Han Li's Wuxia Chronicles YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.